His dynastic hold on the sport. And he talks about how Nick Saban's a guy who can preaches control what you can control. And for the first time in his career, recruiting has gotten to a point where he can't control it because of name, image, and likeness. And that's why he said what he said last week.
Maybe so. I mean, it's funny to say that in a year where he finished second in recruiting to Texas A&M.
Yeah, and was runner-up in the national championship game.
So it is weird to paint it that way, that he's lost his ability to control all this. He was still number 2.
I'm still not buying it. He's the best recruiter we've ever seen.
I think he'll adapt.
He'll adapt. Yeah, he didn't adapt year 1, and he was still number 2, as you point out.
That's right. And now maybe he is trying to leverage his voice to change the way the rules work so that it will still benefit him. I don't doubt that at all. But in the event it doesn't, he's going to find a way to adapt.
Well, if I'm an Alabama fan, the thing that scares me is there's a good chance they win a national championship this year.
Well, that is all these people who say the end is near or whatever you're going to say, they're the favorites to win it all this year, which can really change the way all of this is discussed in the history books later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be going on 72 after he wins a national championship, if he wins one this year, and he could be like, hell, I'm done with this, man. I don't want to deal with this NIL anymore, and just pack it up and go home. I mean, sooner than later, he's got to do that anyway.
I'm an 8-time national champion, 7 times at Alabama. I've passed Bear Bryant overall, and now I've passed him at Alabama. There'd be nothing left for him to do, and he could ride off into the sunset.
But
something a lot of people have been predicting since 2012.
I was about to say, plenty of those columns have been written, that this is going to be the end of it for Nick Saban for whatever reason. A lot of people thought NIL would be the end of it for him. He embraced that. He just maybe hasn't embraced it to the level Jimbo Fisher has for one of 11 early enrollees. According to Jimbo, one of 11 early enrollees. Again, I think he's probably trying to get this dialed back a little bit. I think he's using his leverage to do that.
Or at least have some well-defined guidelines.
Right. But in the event he can't get that to happen, I do think the guy will adapt. It's what he has always done.
And again, at that event, I'm sitting there looking around at every big business person and company in Central Alabama was represented in that room, because they're the people that brought the World Games to Birmingham, and that's what that whole event was for. And to me, I go back to this every time. He did mention others by specifics, but I think he was talking more about Alabama. If this is the way the rules are going to be, this is what we've got to do. This is what we have to become if we're going to stay competitive.
Yeah, and that's what Primetime said. That's what Dion eventually said, is he wasn't talking to me and Jimbo Fisher. He was talking to that room, which probably tells me somebody, either Nick Saban or around Nick Saban, called Prime and said, this is what he was trying to do.
And again, he shouldn't have singled them out. I'm glad he did, because now we're getting Jimbo.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah, again, we'll talk more about it in our specialty show this afternoon from Beef O'Brady's 4 to 6. Make sure you watch it, and or just go back and watch it later tonight, either live or on replay. And then we'll continue to follow the saga of Jimbo Fisher. KSAT with the latest interview with Jimbo Fisher. It is worth your time. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway. Jim Dunaway Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, it depends on when you count down to. All these countdowns are crazy. It's 95 days now to week 0. But if you go to that first big Thursday night game, it's 100 days to that. So you're 100 days from that Thursday night of week 1 to Thursday after week 0, which starts the first big weekend of college football. Got a couple of good games that night, the Backyard Brawl and a couple others, Penn State and Purdue. We're getting very close to 100 days from Alabama and Auburn football coming up soon. It's getting here really quick, and we're excited about college football. We'll talk a lot about that today, including the changing landscape. Have you ever seen the landscape of college football change more than it has in recent months?
Well, I mean, if we go back in the last decade, you've got a 14 playoff where we're probably going to get expansion there. The money is insane. The coaching salaries are insane. And now you've
Portal, name, image, and likeness.
Yeah, I mean, it's unrecognizable. If you were in that 10-year coma and you woke up, you'd be like, what in the hell is going on? This has become the NFL.
And now, as we get ready for SEC meetings next week in Destin, Pete Thamel writes the story that everyone in college football has been talking about now for about 12 to 15 hours, and that's the All-SEC playoff. It's the big bargaining chip that the SEC will use as we continue to move forward in this changing landscape. And I talked about it in our exclusive auto wholesale drive-in this morning, the opening drive-in, and you can see that on the social media platform, but I won't hide anything about it. I'm okay with Greg Sankey using it as a bargaining chip, as that last, we can drop the bomb if we need to drop the bomb, but I don't want us ever to get to that point, because as I said in the drive-in, Brownie, I like kicking other conferences' butts, and the SEC's won 12 of the last 16 national championships.
It interests me none, really. I think this is a nuclear option by Greg Sankey. If you read the article from Thamel, he says that Sankey is still very upset about the way the entire playoff discussion went and how the SEC was open to move this thing forward, and it was the other conferences who dialed that back and hit the brakes on it, and that Sankey is upset about that, which is why he's doing this to say, we don't need you guys. You guys need us more than we need you, whether that's true or not. I found it interesting that Thamel, who's pretty well connected in the college football world, I know a lot of people around here don't like him from back in the Cam Newton days.
Yeah, the Cam Newton.
But he is well connected. He said that the whole reason Sankey has the hand, to use a Seinfeld reference, the whole reason Sankey has the hand here goes back to the way he navigated through COVID, that he set himself up as the alpha commissioner in college football by the strong stance he took on, we're going to play the season, we can pull this off, and then everybody had to fall in line and follow him.
Yeah, I mean, you imagine if Sankey would have gone the direction of the Big Ten. We wouldn't have football in 20.
We would not have, no.
We would not.
He does not like it. I've said this in front of him, and he shies away, I think, on this show, and he shies away from this. He saved college football that year. Without the SEC, nobody would have moved forward.
Well, he saved a lot of mom and pop businesses.
There's no doubt, and a lot of jobs in college campuses. And there was a great deal of risk involved. I mean, I didn't think it was as dire as some said. There were people predicting players will die on the field or die because they played on the field. I never thought it was to that point in major college football. But there was a lot of unknown. Greg Sankey didn't know how that was going to go.
He didn't. So the story from Pete Thamel's, our top read at nextroundlive.com, our morning rounds this morning, where Thamel at ESPN.com talks about an all-SEC playoff if it needs to get to that point. And you ask yourself, why would you even consider that? Well, the 4-team playoff is a model that doesn't work moving forward for the SEC past a certain point, because we're about to bring Oklahoma and Texas in, and if you're going to keep 4 and you start giving out these automatic qualifiers and you're going to limit the SEC to 1, or you're going to somehow tie the SEC's hands where you can only have 1 team in, or whatever you're going to do, that doesn't work with what the SEC is going to be in the future. You've got 16 teams. You've won 12 of the last 16 national championships. You haven't done it with 1 team. You've done it with, I think, 5 different teams in those 16 years. And you're bringing in Oklahoma and Texas.
And the reason why you got to have an expanded playoff with some open wild cards is because the SEC is going to need 2 or 3 spots. And let's be honest, the Big Ten some years is going to need 2 or 3 spots. The ACC may need 2 spots. Other conferences may need multiple spots. This 4-team model is not going to work. And like Brown said, we were sort of, the other conferences were hiding their head in the sand trying to play a little game of chicken, and it didn't work out.
Well, although there's SEC fatigue out there, I think, the ultimate goal has always been get the 4 best teams involved. And if that expands to 8, get the best 8 teams involved. I mean, that's what people want to see. And I think if we ever go to, what do you think the number is going to be, 8?
I think that's the natural next step. It feels like,
because they were talking 12.
And again, Sankey stands on it because he said it on this show. We'll take whatever number and we'll figure out how to dominate that number too. That's his stance on it.
But my point was going to be, if it is 8, I feel really confident about every other year the SEC can get 3 in.
Yeah,
that's right. Even with 8.
Yeah. At 12, it's 4.
Yeah.
But for Sankey to sell this, for the commissioners to really believe it, I think the other step in it, Jim, is he's also got to sell. And when we make this decision to do this, we are not finished expanding.
That's right.
There will be other teams that want to come be part of our party, and we're going to consider those other teams. That's what will scare the other conferences.
Well, and to your point, and Pete hints to this as well, the ACC, the Big 12, and the Pac-12 will be on shaky financial ground.
Yeah.
So at that point, if the SEC says, well, I'll tell you what, we're going to stage our own playoff, and if when we're through, if you want our national champion, our champion to play your champion, we'll be glad to do that.
Yeah.
But our league is not going to be who you think our league's going to be. It may have Clemson. It may have North Carolina.
It may have USC.
It may have Florida State. It may have Miami. It may have USC.
Yeah. I know it says Southeastern Conference, and we like the history of that, but we're already more than a Southeastern league. I don't think anybody considers Texas Southeastern, right? We're already there. Oklahoma certainly isn't Southeastern. We're already there. So, we'll expand.
Haven't been since 14. Missouri.
Yeah,
certainly not.
Yeah, I don't consider Missouri Southeastern. Yeah, we'll go get whoever we need to get to make this thing legitimate.
Yep.
Don't think we won't. That's how you sell this if you're Sankey. I just don't think it's real. I think this is him saying all of our weapons are on the table here. We're going to show you all our weapons.
The story is, could the SEC stage its own college football playoff? It's all on the table at the spring meetings, which is next week down in Destin. And Scott Strickland said the commissioner challenged them to basically have a clean sheet of paper and just throw any idea out there that you think, just dream up whatever scenario you think can be great for the SEC, and they'll discuss it there. One thing they will discuss as well is scheduling. Ross Dellinger has a good story on that today. He's sort of gone with the old 3-6 model, 3 permanent, and he's sort of lined those up. We'll talk about those teams that are lined up for Alabama, Auburn, and others in the SEC a little bit later on. Connor O'Gara will join us in the very next segment from Saturday Down South. He has some thoughts as well on what Thamel and others are reporting that Sankey is willing to do if the other conferences don't start playing ball when it comes to a college football playoff expansion. Connor's coming up with us at 9:25 on the show. Clay Travis with us at 10. Clay will have thoughts as well, the founder of Outkick. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. Not your bookie, it's my bookie. A chance for you to make plays and win money this year right now on hockey and basketball, which is a pretty good play.
And baseball, mybookie.ag. They got run lines, money lines, props galore. Nobody gives you more than mybookie.ag, and getting started is simple. Just deposit $300, play with $200 instantly. Use the promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag and claim a deposit bonus. They will match your first deposit. They will match it with a bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. Whatever you put in, they meet you halfway up to $1,000 when you use our code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag with the code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag with the code NEXTROUND.
Over in the chat room, Patrick says a lot of folks didn't want to play during that COVID year. It's wild to look back and think about that now. Absolutely, and you remember the Big Ten was bailing out, and the SEC played, and eventually the Big Ten came around. Pac-12 never really got off the ground that year. I think they ended up playing 4 games.
4 or 5,
it was an embarrassing situation for Pac-12.
For Jack, he says the SEC's strength has been great leadership for a long time. Kramer, Slive, and now Greg Sankey.
They have always gotten that right.
Yeah, they have yet to swing and miss at a commissioner in my lifetime. I don't remember much before Roy Kramer, but
who was a commissioner before Kramer?
was it
If you hadn't asked, I
Boyd
could have told
McWhorter?
you.
Boyd McWhorter was at some point.
Yeah, at some point. There's a trophy named after him.
There is.
There was somebody before that had U.S. Olympic ties, right before Kramer.
I think it was before the commissioner seemed to even matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you Google SEC commissioner, you get the Securities and Exchange.
It was a guy that ended up going to the U.S. Olympic Committee and running the Salt Lake Games. I can't remember his name.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought that was old...
Tight cut, gray hair.
Tight cut, gray hair guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be right about this. Can't remember his name, though.
You're going to be right, but you can't remember his name. Commissioners.
But you can see his face right now.
Harvey W. Schiller.
Yeah, Harvey Schiller. See if
He
Harvey
replaced
Schiller.
Boyd McWhorter.
See if Harvey Schiller ended up doing something with the Salt Lake Games.
This is incredible. He's an American sports executive whose many varied positions have included executive director of the United States Olympic Committee. Wow.
Thank you.
President of Turner Sports.
I'm here all week.
You were in the news for a while, right?
That's right.
I was the guy
You were
who
a
read the
newsman.
teleprompter for a while. I wasn't actually in the news. You have to do something meaningful to be in the news.
I'm going to assume Harvey's no longer with us.
I've already closed his Wikipedia page, Lance.
Moved on from that.
Dead or alive, Dunaway?
Now I got to check.
I'm going to go dead.
Yeah.
Well, he was commissioner a long time ago.
2009.
That's when you think he
I'm
passed?
going to say 14.
He does have gray hair, Dunaway. Harvey W. Schiller still with us, aged 82 there in Brooklyn, New York.
Sorry, Harvey.
Good for him.
Yeah.
There you
Well,
are.
he was a
Lance
young
Gilson.
SEC commissioner, wasn't
He was, man. God, he was a brigadier general? That guy lived a life, didn't he?
he? Still is.
My goodness.
By the way, it is a day of ancient birthdays of famous people. You want some of these? Here we go.
You can. I got 4 downs, by the way.
You got 4 downs? Can I give
birthdays
some of
in
these
there?
out? Will it disrupt?
No, it won't disrupt because you don't know the question I want to ask with it.
Okay. Better career.
Bob Dylan is 81
Yep.
today.
He might be involved.
It's going to be hard to beat his career, and I don't know the rest of the people, but rock star Bob Dylan, very well respected.
Amazing songwriter. Not a great singer, but
Yeah.
No, he does have a great
amazing
voice.
songwriter. Amazing.
What's your
Priscilla
favorite-
Presley
what?
is 77. Go ahead.
Favorite
Sorry.
Bob Dylan song? I was just going to ask Ray Star.
I like Isis.
Interesting.
I like Hurricane's a great song.
Yeah.
All his songs are very, very
Did he
long.
not write, Darius Rucker recorded it, Wagon Wheel? He wrote Wagon Wheel, I
He
think.
started
didn't
Wagon Wheel. I don't know if it was a finished thing. I think it's one of those ones where he written a part of it and then just put it on a shelf. And then whoever that band is that redid it,
Yeah.
they were famous for
He
it.
wrote Knocking on Heaven's Door, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever Young is my favorite.
It's a great tune, too.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a lot of good songs.
Like a
He was
Rolling
a
Stone.
good-looking dude, man.
Oh, Bob Dylan.
Still is at 81, man.
He's got a look, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Priscilla Presley, 77. Patti LaBelle, 78. Tommy Chong, last time you thought of him, 84.
Boy,
today.
it is an old one, man.
He was doing stand-up at the Stardome 10 years ago in his 70s.
Really?
Tommy Cho. Yeah, did he come in studio with
He
us?
used to
Or
be with Tony Curry all the time. I would walk in the hallways and you'd smell a lot of smoke and you'd see Tommy Chong in his leather jacket walking around.
it smelled like a skunk?
Yeah.
Gary Berghoff, you know who that is? Berghoff. He's 79.
It took me a minute. Dunaway finally got me to guess who it was.
Yeah, I know who it is now.
Gary Berghoff.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Radar.
Radar
Stardome.
O'Reilly.
From
Never
the
a
old
mash
classic
guy.
But
match show.
he never did anything outside of that, did
Did
he?
he?
I don't
not?
think so.
He you know what? I bet he did a guest bit on either Fantasy Island or The Love
I
Boat.
was going to say Love Boat.
And it was something so out of character, I guarantee you.
And maybe Battle of the Network Stars.
I bet he did Hollywood Squares at some point.
Those
it was
are
the
the
upper.
things-
It was the upper left.
Those are the things he would do.
And one more old. And what do you think of when you hear the name Mitch Kupchak, who is 68?
I think of what we used to do in high school. Mitch Kupchak.
I think of the Lakers. North Carolina basketball and Lakers.
So old birthdays today, some others, and we'll get to 4 downs later in the show. But if you can, Forrester, give me what we labeled Pineapple Express here. We need audio up for this too. Audio up for this. This is we do these drive-ins
Yeah.
every now and then,
Right.
And if you missed the Monday one, just take a listen to cut number 1 here.
Does this have anything to do with James Franco?
It does not. Here's Rockstar's drive-in from Monday, and we got to go full sound up here. Just listen in. This is
It's his wife from the back
It
seat.
is
that's
his
that's
wife.
Nancy
Yes,
in the
that's
back
Nancy.
seat. Here we go. Just
You'll
listen,
see why.
Just listen in.
Okay.
Hey everybody, we're currently driving home from Beef O'Brady's. Cord wanted to say hello. Mom's trying to make him calm. So, big Monday today. Just trying to gather my thoughts of the Alabama loss in the softball game. What is Alabama going to bounce back next year? You don't know.
Jesus.
But it's just makes you want to think about some things. Makes you want to think about life and how the trajectory that we're going and what we need to do to improve ourselves in the softball team as well.
Poor Nancy.
Currently under the interstate right now, so sorry about the racket above because it's from the interstate. There's a bunch of cars driving by. Otherwise, it'd be a good ride. Anyway, hope you guys have a good Monday, and we will talk to you next week.
I'm
Rockstar.
glad noise doesn't bother Rockstar.
I know.
No, it really does, Lance.
So I've got a Cowan poll question on the fly. 'Cause
Okay.
I think it might have been young Jack that brought this up. What is more annoying, the constant crying of a child or the constant barking of a dog?
Barking of the dog.
I don't know, man. It's tough.
The child has too many tones. At least the bark of the dog is consistent. It's this one bark, but the child, there's so many tones of a cry that is the real Cord. He showed his colors. That is the real Cord.
That was after you left us yesterday when the
Literally, when we
baby
got in
did
the-
not make a peep for 2 hours.
Hardly made a peep. Cried one time.
2 hours
And
was a
usually when we go on
perfect
the
child.
interstate, he'll be calm because it's constant motion.
Boom, 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 boom,
But
boom,
no,
yep.
it's yesterday was not fun.
Bringing two worlds together, as we were leaving Beef O'Brady's, I got a text from one of my neighbors saying I had to walk down your driveway to find out where the dog was barking behind your house. And he's like, I'm going to have to talk to the neighbors.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So it's closer to your house, but he's going to go talk to the neighbors.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's a win for you.
But I did hear dog barking when I left this morning.
But it's not the same leaf blower guy, right? Different neighbor?
You know what? I don't know.
Oh.
I can't figure it. But there's so much greenery now because of the season.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to keep up with what's going on. Could be one of three.
See, I can't stand a dog barking because usually, like I've got a little Angus who's my buddy now. But he just wants to get outside. He wants to bark to see if anybody will bark back. He's basically saying, hey, anybody out there? And I tell him, like when I let him out at 6-something in the morning, I say one bark and you got to come back in. He likes to sit out chewing the stick or sit in the sun. He loves being outside. But I have a one bark rule, and I'll tell him one bark, and I go out there. If he makes one bark, I walk out the door and grab him. He gives those sad eyes, and I said, dude, I told you, one bark.
I try to explain it to you.
He's
young
going to
lady.
shit on your couch.
That's fine.
They got to go to the bathroom.
No, I
Riley's
let
right,
him go to
though.
the bathroom, but one bark. You can go to the bathroom without barking.
Like, I love Lady Bird like a kid, but I will yell at that ass when she starts barking.
That's right.
And you can't yell at the kid, you know?
Yeah.
You don't feel bad about yelling at the dog, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate Nancy's restraint there. I mean,
She is calm and collected. She
really is.
She doesn't freak out like I do.
Carrie said he half expected you to jump out of the car during the
Oh, I want to.
during the video.
Yeah, maybe Nancy could fly the plane.
Yeah.
yeah,
She could.
Oh, I trust her way more before I would, but I did do it. But she, that is probably, that happens. It's a fire engine. It starts around 1 a.m. and by 1:02 he's going full throat like that.
So let me ask you: and it's been a while. Mine are, my last one's about to graduate high school. So when do you start giving him a pacifier or just ripping that breast out or a bottle? What do you do?
Wow,
So
rip it out, right?
I'll have to record this too because it's an awesome sound. One of his many sounds is when you put a pacifier on when you try to muzzle him, he'll do a thing. He'll go.
Are y'all feeding him enough, you think?
Are you supposed? That's what the thing of a question. Are you supposed to feed him? We do it once in the morning. That's it. He gets 1 ounce in the morning.
I'm just saying, do you think he's getting
a
it?
little surprised with?
He feeds nonstop.
What would it be monetarily worth to you guys to be able to sleep throughout the night? I mean, priceless, right?
More for her than me because she's the. I mean, I wake up in the night, but she's the one doing the heavy lifting. But I'm just in there and I'm hearing the sounds. Like I'm not sleeping either, but she's really not sleeping.
But she looked beautiful yesterday. But I don't understand why she didn't just go to the car while we did the 2-hour show at Beef O'Brady's and just turned on the air conditioning, sit in the car, and slept while we did the show for 2 hours and you held cord.
Because she was outside of her prison cell.
Or better
Like she had to
yet,
see
how
people.
about she stay at home? Rockstar brings baby, And then she gets
that
little-
baby's going to get hungry at some point in Rockstar.
She has the life force.
Yeah, that's right.
That's true.
Little early for.
You can pump, right?
You have nipples, Greg.
I really think mine were 2 before I was able to be left alone with them.
But are you not surprised that our pharmaceutical companies that take advantage of a lot of people and make a ton of money haven't been able to come up with something that will actually calm a baby down and put it to sleep?
You know, I thought Lance was going to say when he started that sentence,
Give them a little bourbon.
No, that the pharmaceutical companies come up with a way that a man can develop breast milk so he can breastfeed a baby too.
No,
I really thought that's what
a
Lance
terrible
was
idea.
Well, I agree. I was shocked you were going to
But
ask
are
that
you
question.
guys not a little surprised? I mean, they've got drugs for everything.
I think Benadryl does that.
But
Have y'all tried Benadryl?
We have not tried.
You don't want to get the baby in need of drugs.
Yeah, Benadryl's good for a lot of things.
I'm saying not all drugs are addictive.
Well, most of the time, a good feeding will put him down.
Yeah.
But then if you give him an okay feeding, he'll go down. But then he'll wake up 5 minutes later going, that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
You know what's habit forming for Cord?
Food.
The titty, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Might want to supplement it with bottom.
58 years, man. Undefeated. Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Titty City.
Who wouldn't walk into that store? Would you not walk into that store?
Well, of course. Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage, priority number 1 when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start that home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Dave says, great T-shirt idea. If one of you guys don't send in a Titty City T-shirt real quick to try to win the contest.
I mean, Jeff from Aniston owns that territory, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, you know.
I just got a question.
Get titty down.
Uncensored with Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brush. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Alabama basketball picked up a shooting star from St. Bonaventure yesterday. Another pickup for Nate Oates as he reworks that roster over there. Dominic Welch comes from St. Bonnie, who has started 105 of the last 110 games. One of the A10's top shooters. He's hit 257 three-pointers in his career.
Well, you'll never believe this, but for whatever reason, I was on the Bonnies a lot last year, and I watched a good portion of 4 or 5 of their games.
So he can shoot?
Yeah, from what I remember.
So you won those bets?
St. Bonaventure was terrible against the number early on, and they came on strong.
We'll have a lock from Lance later on. The show being brought to you in part by our friend Dr. B. He's got that great hair covered up again this morning because it's growing so fast.
Uncovered it last night, though, in our specialty show. Hey, look, with age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me this year, I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up the consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge, and Dr. B is the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had a virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which I can do right from the couch. It's going to help increase the thickness and health of my hair. Excited to see those results in the next few months. Dr. Beckenstein, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the Next Round sent you.
All right, we love talking with Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Connor? How are you?
Gentlemen, doing well. Do you mind if I start with 2 questions for you guys? Very, very different subjects here.
Okay, yes, we love this. Yes.
Okay, so you guys are looking at my Zoom background right now. My wife thinks that my second shelf right over here, that's got like my Bears helmet, it's got like the Georgia, Michigan football, commemorative football that I got at
I agree with her, by the way.
Well, you don't even know what you said.
It's too crazy. It's too cluttered.
Yeah.
It's too cluttered.
She says it's too cluttered.
It is.
I've got to figure out the right way. I think I got to move my office sign
football needs to
there.
go.
Yeah.
Football needs to go.
What are the books?
And you need more of a profile look at the Bears helmet.
There's a reason I don't really brag about that. I'm wearing a Bears sweatshirt right now, actually.
Yeah. Hey, look, we've had our moments. So Brown's a Dolphins fan,
That's right.
Dunaway's a Bucks fan, I'm a Rams fan, reigning champs, by the way, and Rockstar's a Lions fan. So we've all suffered.
Yep.
Ugh, Lions fan.
Are they bad this year?
Are they bad every year? Okay, so that answers the first part of my question. I got some redesigning to do, so don't judge me based on the clutter that we've got
Okay.
going on.
All right. I look forward to our next visit, seeing it redesigned.
I think it looks totally different if you just turn the books like it's a library and stack them properly.
But then there's no way to put the football up there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
because we have the books lower, like down here, it's the different way. You see what I mean?
Connor, I got to be honest, you can't tell what that football is. It almost, from our perspective, with the glow or the reflection, it almost looks like a Montreal Expos logo.
Oh, it does.
Interesting.
Or
It
maybe
does.
a guy on a motorcycle.
Okay, a guy on a motorcycle.
That'd be great. Now I want to get a Montreal Expos football.
I know.
need to do that.
And let's be honest, Connor. If we're being totally honest here, you write a lot of columns for Saturday Down South about the SEC, and that is a semifinal game. You don't need a football. I mean, there's too many national championships in the SEC. You don't need a semifinal football.
Oh, you can tell what that is?
Well, he told us it was Georgia, Michigan.
Yeah. Okay.
Commemorative football. I mean, it's great. You know, I would give that to a good Georgia friend of yours, and just make that a great gift. And say, you know, we only deal with national championships. Like, I don't even display. You know, we've been blessed here with Alabama and Auburn since 2009. Anything in the semifinals or a bowl game that doesn't give a national championship at the end, I just usually donate it. I take it to the local Goodwill and give it to somebody else. So you're
brag.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Jimmy Benevolent.
Go ahead. Just, you know, like I packed up the Cincinnati game program, Cincinnati, Alabama, and I sent it to my friend who works in Cincinnati TV and said, here, you guys may want this. This game really didn't mean a whole lot to Alabama fans. I have nobody I can give this to here.
Okay. That I keep that up there. I actually got that because my buddy, a Georgia friend, Candler Cook, who played, he was a walk-on at Georgia. He had gained 100 pounds to play football at Georgia. He's a crazy human being. I actually went to that game with him and sat in the suite for the first half of it before going up to the press box, sick brag myself. So that's why I like to be able to have that up there as kind of a commemorative thing. They gave it to everybody that was in the suite, which essentially looked like Pitbull designed it. It was an unbelievable experience. It was. That's kind of like a little highlight of that evening. But you're right. It is like displaying an NIT banner. So I wanted to get that out there. And then the question that I had for you, Jim, during Saban's 7-minute response, at how many different points did you want to or think about interrupting him?
Well, you know, I've hosted the Alabama Coaches Show for Dennis Franchione, Mike Shula, one Mike Price show, and then Nick Saban for a few years. So there is a little bit of me who sort of tries to protect the coach at times, right? And I was there in a 45-minute entertaining conversation about a variety of things that did not have to do with NIL. So if you watch, when he initially makes the stinging comment about Texas A&M, you'll see me glance over to the left. That's where every TV camera in the state of Alabama was for a period of time, and they all left when they were told to leave early. And then the AL.com camera stayed. I don't know where that one was. But I glanced initially to think, oh, my God, who's still here? Because this is a great soundbite. And then if you watch as he's going, the microphone comes to my mouth several times where I'm looking for a pause, where I'm about to jump in and interrupt. And then I thought to myself, if I try to interrupt him, is it going to be like a dog turning on me, and then he's going to bite me? So at that point, I just said, you know, he's a grown-ass man. I'm going to sit back and ride this wave.
You could have been the reporter who that Jimbo got into it with.
Yes.
That you could have been a bystander like that and just totally gotten dominated and alphaed in this back and forth, which theirs was more of an interview. So there was more of a setting for that because they were sitting across from one another. It was more confrontational. But I got to say, I tip my cap to you, because a lot of people in that spot would have probably wanted a follow-up on something specific he said, but you kind of letting him go and letting that answer breathe. I mean, there's a reason that we're still talking about this subject almost a week later, and why we'll probably be talking about it for the next few months.
Yeah, there was power in my silence.
Okay.
I thought that. And in typical Jim fashion, I did a commercial and said goodnight right afterwards. It was really quick. I did not have a follow-up. I was not going to touch it. So.
Are you a little surprised the Board of Trustees hasn't put in a gag ball in Jimbo's mouth by now? I mean, the lack of composure is insane.
No. I mean, let's think about what Jimbo has been given since the moment he accepted that job at Texas A&M. Blank check after blank check after blank check. Why would I assume? And if you like the interview, watching it, I don't know who's speaking up in the background here. If it's his SID that's stepping in and saying, "Hey, we don't want to talk about this," and then Jimbo is like pausing them and saying, "Hey, I've got this. It's fine." So I don't know if there's somebody that's stepping in there and trying to like be able to shift or pivot away from it. But Jimbo not necessarily having any sort of filter about this. This was bound to happen. When you are making the money that Jimbo Fisher is, you are essentially given the keys to every sort of car you could ever want. I mean, not just given the keys to the car, but that's what he has. And he has free reign to be able to speak on issues. There's no way that somebody told him, "Hey, Jimbo, you know what you need to do? You need to come at 10 in the morning and be here for a press conference and address this matter." That was a Jimbo Fisher decision. And everything since then has been entirely Jimbo Fisher focused with the way that he's been able to address and respond to what Nick Saban accused him of.
Connor O'Gara is with us Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The skeptic in me would say that these stories that have now leaked about scheduling, which is going to be addressed, but more specifically this Pete Thamel story about an SEC-only playoff, is the old key jingling we talk about in this show. Look over here. We got the Destin meetings coming up. Don't think about Jimbo and Nick Saban. Think about the SEC doing an SEC-only playoff. It almost feels like a diversion technique.
A little bit. I think there are definitely ulterior motives with this, and I don't even know how much they're ulterior. They're pretty direct here. I mean, I think Greg Sankey wants leverage. That's the biggest thing right now. If he is not going to get his way with playoff expansion and with the alliance coming up with the automatic qualifiers for the Power 5 conference champs and the highest rated conference champ from the Group of 5 level, if he's not going to get his way, he's basically saying, "I'll take my ball and go home. We'll have our own playoff. We know that we'll have the TV interest for it." Personally, as somebody who likes seeing every conference theoretically have a chance at a national championship, I would not like that solution. I think a lot of SEC fans would be like, "Oh yeah, this would be great to see." But in reality, would you like a scenario in which Alabama wins 13 games and then wins an 8-game conference playoff, and then Ohio State wins the non-SEC playoff, and then those two teams just don't play? Like, no. It'd be 1997 all over again. Like, what are we doing here? We'd be going back in time. I get why Sankey is coming out and saying this, because he wants leverage right now, and understandably so, given the dynamics at play. And he's been pretty brash about it. I mean, he quote tweeted Peter Burns, who had the quote tweet of Pete Thamel, like talking about how, this was going to be the most influential SEC meetings in a long time. So I believe that Sankey wants to be able to have that out there. And there's a reason why, and you used the important word there, Ryan, it leaked. That's the key word in this entire deal. And I think that's going to be something that they will legitimately discuss, but I don't think it's necessarily the solution they want.
Listen, I loved smaller conferences when I was a kid, because there was something powerful about a Southwest Conference or an SEC that was 10 teams or 8 teams or whatever it was. But inevitably, college football comes down to bragging rights. And I used to love it when the SEC would go somewhere else across the country, or somebody would come here and they would battle. That's what college football was built on. Even back in the 20s, when people would get on trains and ride to Pasadena from the South and play in the Rose Bowl. So I understand a poker game and I understand a game of chicken, but I never want to get to a point where we're not playing the best of the SEC against the best other team for a national championship. So I have no desire for an SEC-only playoff. I do like, though, us continuing to have an SEC champion. I'm all in on what Spurrier said back in the 90s. There is great pride in being called the Southeastern Conference champion. So do you think we're going to have an SEC championship game in the future? Is there going to be conference championship games? And are they going to mean anything if we've got 2 or 3 SEC teams going to a playoff?
I think we're still going to have conference championships. think there's too much money to be made to not have them. So I don't think that we're necessarily going to abolish that. And I don't think this system comes to fruition. I think more likely is the NCAA being a separate entity and handling college basketball, handling non-football sports. And you would see FBS sort of break away from the NCAA model. But, I think that, this solution doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if we're also talking about, we would have then the SEC champion against the non-SEC champion. I saw Stuart Mandel throw that out there. Like, with all due respect to Stuart Mandel, like, what are you talking about? This is what we've had for the last 16 years. The SEC champion has played in a national championship in 15 of the last 16 years. That system that you're talking about, that doesn't change anything. So to me, there is great pride in being the SEC champion. But also, if we get an SEC only playoff, what does that say? Like, I hate to be this, hey, let's not diminish the regular season guy, but what does that say about Alabama, LSU in November if they're just going to play again in an 18 playoff? It's like that game doesn't carry quite the same weight that it could if we add this playoff. Like, what does the regular season mean for the SEC, especially if the Alliance is going to refuse to schedule all of these future non-conference games against the SEC? I just think it creates a mess and it gets us further away from the solution that I think all of us ultimately want.
Random question, but who gets more production out of the quarterback position this year, Texas A&M or Texas?
Texas.
Ooh.
Texas. And I like Haynes King. And as I always say, Max Johnson had the most casual 27-6 TD-INT ratio in the history of college football. But I think Quinn Ewers is it. I do. I am mesmerized watching him throw a football. And I know I'm falling for all of the traps. And I'm not sitting here like the PFF college account saying that Texas is back just because Quinn Ewers threw a really nice ball against air. But I am, however, saying that the combination of him with Steve Sarkisian in that offense, buddy, they're going to score some points. There's potential. I don't think Texas beats Alabama. I want that on record. I don't think that's going to happen. Texas losing a non-conference game in September, one of the great traditions that we've had in college football. They've lost 12 non-conference games in the month of September since 2013. That's the exact amount of games that Alabama has lost overall since 2013. So I don't think that happens. But is there potential for like 2020 Bama Ole Miss? Sure. I think we could see a shootout. I could definitely see a scenario if Texas isn't too dehydrated and beat down from playing a noon game in September. I think there's a scenario in which Quinn Ewers kind of has this coming out party in which he looks like the real deal. He throws a phenomenal ball. There's no doubt about it. I'm excited to see what he can become. He's one of my favorite Heisman bets, not necessarily saying he deserves to be a Heisman favorite in that top 2 or 3, but getting 40-1 on Quinn Ewers to win the Heisman Trophy, I think that's really intriguing.
I really believe Quinn Ewers is the 2022 version of 1990 Todd Marinovich. So a lot of hype. Go back. For you kids that don't know Todd Marinovich, there's going to be a lot of talk and not a lot of bang for Quinn Ewers. We'll see.
Can we bet on this? Can we bet on this?
We bet steaks on this show. So if you ever come to Birmingham, I'll buy you a steak. We'll see. I don't know how we're going to judge this, but I think a big flat career for Quinn Ewers.
Well, I do think Marinovich won a Rose Bowl his freshman year, I think.
Mm-hmm. See if Ewers can do that.
Let's see if Ewers can do that.
I don't know, man. Like, I watching some of his highlights, it is just unbelievable. Like, you're not supposed to be that effortless throwing a football. You're just not, and it just pops out of his hand. I'm usually one of those people that is kind of quieting the noise when I see somebody with a killer arm. I was the person saying ahead of the 2018 NFL draft, this Josh Allen hype is just absurd and ridiculous, and you guys are idiots for liking him. I'm an idiot, obviously, but I'm usually not that guy. But with Quinn Ewers, man, it's special, and I think the weapons around him, plus Sark, I mean, that's such a big part of it too. If you get the right offensive mind kind of dialing up looks, we've seen in college football, that can make such a massive difference. And I still believe in Sark and his ability to scheme, despite the fact that they're obviously coming off the 5-7 season.
All right, Connor O'Gara, Saturday Down South, Saturday Tradition as well. At CJ O'Gara on Twitter is where you go follow him. Connor, as always, thanks for the time. Great talking with you.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Marinovich, not a shot, by the way. He was a first-round draft pick. It just seemed like there was a lot of hype building around him going to USC, and it ended up not being a very productive career, right?
Well, as a redshirt freshman, Trojans went 9-2-1, won the Pac-10 Conference, defeated Michigan in the 90 Rose Bowl.
And then after that, did it went a little south for him? Or
Entered the 90 season as a Heisman Trophy candidate.
Because I just picture him not doing a whole lot in his career.
He skipped a bunch of classes. Larry Smith suspended him for the Arizona State game.
We used to suspend people for missing classes.
Arrested for cocaine possession.
Wow. We used to suspend people for cocaine possession.
Yeah. He was drafted in the first round, though.
Yeah. He was a first
ahead
rounder.
of Brett Favre. Was that a bad move?
Well, I mean, in hindsight, yes, Lance.
Part of our show brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If you woke up today and you had a heating problem or a cooling problem or a plumbing problem, go take care of that with our friends at Hemp Hill.
Yes, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team there, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
It's some rain in the area today, but we've got day one of the SEC baseball tournament. Alabama's the first game out of the gate this morning against Georgia. Auburn's the last game at 8 o'clock. We'll set the table for some other things happening tonight and what went on the ice and the hardwood last night when we come back on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Back with you on the next round. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. You can get back into the game with our friends at Precision Sports. That's been one of the storylines of the NBA playoffs in that Boston and Heat series. Tyler Hero and Marcus Smart both missing the game last night. And we're tied 2-2 in that Boston-Miami series. But the series looks close, right? You see 2-2. The average margin of victory, 15.5 points.
Oh, somebody's had a 20-point lead in every single game. And, just watching that game last night, the Celtics get out to an 18-1 lead. They're up 26-4 before you can blink. And the 5 starters for the Heat combined to score, I think it was 19 points, 7 of 36 shooting.
Wow.
That is not good.
So hopefully everybody can get healthy in what's been a physical series there, and they get back into the game, and that's what Precision Sports can do for you.
Hey, if you're a golfer, a tennis player, or anything in between, let the specialist at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics guide your journey back to health. Our physicians have been caring for athletes and their families in 9 Birmingham metro areas. Our team of experts will work with you on a personalized treatment plan to get you back to health. Your greatest comeback starts here. Book an appointment online today, precisionsportsmedicine.com/comeback.
Rockstar, my friend Angela, who worked in the pharmaceutical industry, texted me and said it is recommended babies under 1 year of age do not get Benadryl. So don't listen to me.
We haven't even. If you try to get Benadryl through my wife, good luck. No
parents have had children taken away from them for drugging their babies to make them sleep. Usually babies need a diaper change to be fed or some gas drops unless it's colic. And there's a product called gripe water for babies with colic.
We have the gripe water, but
doesn't work.
There's the drops for he has stomach issues.
Yeah.
And like his father. But it must taste amazing because it's this little syringe you put in his mouth, and he's wailing, and he'll go, and like licks it from his lips. Like it is heaven.
Don't do the Benadryl. I was incorrect on that. Yes. No, I know. But I feel like since I have said it now, I need to.
Your kids made it through it.
I don't know that they ever got it under the age of 1 to be.
That was Dramamine back then.
Yeah, maybe.
As we continue on other basketball tonight, Golden State and Dallas, 8 o'clock TNT. The Warriors up 3-0. The Lightning finished the sweep. They have the third longest consecutive series win in NHL history right now as they finished off the Panthers last night. Some historic run from Tampa Bay. Only the Islanders of the 80s and the Canadians of the 60s have won more consecutive playoff series than the Lightning right now.
That's impressive in what they've been able to do. I mean, the Panthers were favored in that series. Back to Golden State real quick. So since Steve Kerr took over in 2014, they've played 22 series. Do you know how many they've won of the 22 series?
I would say 17.
I'm going to say 19.
20 of 22.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they lost the comeback against the Cavs and then the 19 finals against the Raptors. So they've lost in the finals twice, but outside of that, they've won every series.
That's pretty incredible.
And the Cavs come back. And that still is, what was it,
3? Draymond Green is 3-1. He gets suspended for Game 5. Yeah. They would have won that.
They'll have one less ring because of Draymond when it's all said and done.
But I still think, people are booking Steph. And I saw Kendrick Perkins this morning talking about Steph Curry's going to be on the Mount Rushmore of basketball players.
Ooh, who said that?
Kendrick Perkins.
Ooh.
Said he's going to bump Magic Johnson off.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, now he's the best three-point shooter we've ever had in the game.
No, I give you that. And I agree with what Dunaway said yesterday. I mean, he has changed the game. I don't think there's any doubt. But first, I would tap the brakes on Golden State winning this championship.
You think that somewhere the Heat or the Celtics can get so physical?
I think it's the Celtics. I think the Celtics, if Marcus Smart, Robert Williams are 100% healthy, Horford, with the way they can defend, and Jason Tatum's a guy that can take a game over.
So you actually think that the Celtics are still going to get out of this series?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I mean, they're 2-2 right now. Yep. Okay. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's hard to imagine either one of those teams beating the Warriors at this point.
I think the Celtics are going to have something for them. Now, the Warriors have got home court advantage for whatever that means.
Can we just say, though, or can I just say how much I like this for Eric Spoelstra? I don't know how you guys feel about
I like Eric
Spoelstra. I do too, but what I like about this.
I don't really like Steve Kerr.
What I like about this with Eric Spoelstra is that he was just viewed as a babysitter and a placeholder when it was the big three, right? And he has been so much more than that after them.
Oh, yeah. Considered to be one of the better X's and O's guys. He manages a roster. They won in the bubble, and now they're winning again.
Yeah.
Still consistent without, they got some stars. And Jimmy Butler, he's, I guess, a superstar in some other parts, but not really.
was really good.
But not really the superstars that you see on some other teams.
No, this is to sing Hootie and the Blowfish in the airplane, man.
Who does? Spoelstra?
Jimmy Butler.
Oh, Jimmy Butler does, yeah.
Weird commercial. What commercial is that? Michelob Ultra?
Yeah, it's like he's singing "I Only Want to Be with You," and you think
he is much more comfortable in a plane than I am. That's the one thing I noticed. I mean, much more comfortable. But Spoelstra's a guy that got his start with the organization. Pat Riley saw.
It's a good story,
that
man.
He grinded it out. Yeah, it's a great story.
Part of our show being brought to you by Bromberg's Clay Travis is coming up on the other side. A couple more hockey games tonight, and that Warriors game as well. That's on TNT at 8 o'clock with our man Barkley down in the Big D.
Hey, Father's Day right around the corner, and it's nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces and gifts. Get into one of the 2 locations today, Mountain Brook or the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then, we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The Georgia baseball team right now giving a standing ovation to the grounds crew out at the Hoover Met as we're getting ready for the SEC baseball tournament to start. A little delay. You do the math at home. They're delaying the start until 10:05 or so because of rain this morning out there. Auburn was already scheduled to start at 8 o'clock tonight, so push that back to at least 8:25. Could be a late night for the Auburn fans out at the Hoover Met.
Yeah, somebody let me know how that game turns out.
Hey, these first few rounds, we've always got games that go until the next day.
Yep.
Yeah, into the next day, past midnight. It's a tradition. So, too, is a dining at Creekside Barbecue. Your chance to get by there off the I-65 exit. Great place for lunch or dinner, LT.
Yeah, you're going to be really close if you're heading out to the Hoover Met for the SEC baseball tournament. So stop in Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on that huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop in, tell them the Next Round sent you, or check out their menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
Clay Travis with us now, founder of Outkick Fox Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. I want to start with you with Ross Dellinger's report for SI about what the SEC is considering in scheduling. There are apparently two proposals that have legs. One is an 8-game schedule that would have a permanent opponent and 7 rotating opponents. The other one is a 9-game, which would be 3 permanent and 6 floating. Now, I think the 9 game is the one that gets approved. But in the event it was an 8-game, that would mean Alabama-Tennessee would die. As a Tennessee fan, how do you think most Tennessee fans feel about that?
Who do we get instead? Vanderbilt? I think it's a great move. I would hate to give up that Vanderbilt rivalry. That's a yearly game that you just can't.
That's right.
Look, I think 6-3 should be the play, and you guys help me with the math on this. I believe 6-3 would mean, and I'm trying to do the math in my head, which is getting more complicated, obviously, with 16. I think it allows home and home every 4 years, doesn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Well, the way they would do it, I believe you have your 3 permanent, and then you'd play 6 teams, and then the next year you'd play 6 different teams, and then you wouldn't do your return game the next year. So, yeah, you would play in your 4 years on campus First of all, your first 2 years you'd play everybody in the league, and in 4 years you'd play everybody home and home, and I think that works fantastic.
Yeah, that's the play, and that's the one I've been arguing for a long time. You do away with divisions, you play, and that also eliminates, I think, to a large degree, any arguments about unfair scheduling. Now, I know the 3 teams that you still end up playing will be a real battle to figure out how those all get selected, and everybody's going to be looking for competitive advantages. But when you're playing every team every other year, I think it's hard to argue that there's some sort of massive advantage that's at play in the long run. I also think that's one of the things that has never made sense, that the worst thing about going to 14 was 12 years between campus visits. That's just not I think everybody knows that that's a flawed metric, right? That's a bad result of a plan that they put in place, because, it shouldn't be 12 years before Auburn goes to Tennessee or vice versa. That's just kind of crazy to think about. I think that's the 6-3 is the solution beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Okay, with that said, being a diehard Tennessee fan, you are right. The 3 permanents are hard to figure out because a team like Georgia, we've talked about this, has got a million different rivalries. But as a diehard Tennessee fan, who would the 3 permanent be for you?
Yeah, it depends on if you're talking to make an argument for the competitive advantage or just the ones that make the most sense.
Yeah, what makes the most sense over the history of Tennessee football? The natural rivalries for that program, not Missouri, Vanderbilt, and South Carolina.
Well, I think Vanderbilt you would have to keep, honestly, just because you have the in-state rivalry, and then I think you'd pick probably 2. So Kentucky has traditionally been a really big rival for Tennessee, too. They've played a long time. So I think there are, in the 3 scenario, there are probably 5 teams that you would consider, right, that are on the schedule regularly now. So you would consider Alabama, and obviously you have to balance this out with the other teams' rivalries, too, right? I think you'd be Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt would be the 5, right? And so it would be a matter of those schools would get, I imagine, some say in who they want their rivals to be. As you mentioned, let's use Georgia, for example. Well, Georgia-Auburn has to happen. Georgia-Florida has to happen, right? So then you're looking at, okay, who's that third rival for Georgia? I'm not sure that they would want to slot Tennessee in as the third rival there. They might rather play South Carolina, right? I don't know the answer. I kind of think they'd probably say South Carolina would be my guess. Right? When you look at Florida, you got Georgia. I think they'd probably like to kick LSU to the curb and not play LSU every year anymore. And so maybe they want to make an argument to get back that Auburn rivalry, which used to be a big one between Florida and Georgia. I think Florida and Tennessee would happen. And then I think there'd be a third, right? When you look at Kentucky, I really don't know what Kentucky would do. Vanderbilt, I'm very confident, would say we have to play Tennessee. That would be their top choice as to who they would want to play. What would Alabama want to do, right? Obviously, Auburn, I think Alabama would probably say they want to play Tennessee. LSU, it feels like would have to be that third, but then you're losing Ole Miss, for instance, which is a big rival. You guys tell me. I think, it's a balancing act between both programs in terms of what they want to preserve and what they don't want to preserve. And heck, the SEC may be saying, well, we need Texas A&M and Alabama, given all the shenanigans that have recently arisen and how quickly that has become a rivalry. Like, who do you guys think Alabama's 3 that they would select?
Well, you're gonna lose somebody because, just from entertainment value in history, Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU would be the play. But few people know this. Alabama and Mississippi State have the longest running rivalry in Alabama history. They play Mississippi State more consecutive years than anybody else. They're only separated by 82 miles. They're closer to Starkville than they are to Auburn. There's just that imaginary state line that separates them. So there are some old school Alabama fans who would want Auburn, Tennessee, and Mississippi State. But, we're doing this for television. Alabama-LSU is a better TV game than Alabama-Mississippi State. So I agree with you. I'd rather go Alabama-LSU than I would Alabama-Mississippi State.
Yeah, and if I had to bet, I would say Tennessee 3 would end up being Vanderbilt, Alabama, and Florida. That would be my bet as to who the three, if we're doing yearly rivals. I think that's probably what the three for Tennessee would end up being.
Well, as the old bourbon barrel, wasn't it a bourbon barrel or a beer barrel they used to play for back in the day?
Beer barrel, yeah. They need to bring the beer barrel back. By the way, that is but yeah, the Kentucky game has traditionally been a really big rivalry, and if Kentucky is voting, right? I don't know exactly how they'll do this. I think Kentucky's number one vote would probably be Tennessee.
Yeah.
Right. Like, so for Kentucky saying, and I don't know, do you give every school the right? It's really kind of a fascinating question of how this process would take place. Does every school get the right to guarantee themselves one, right? Does every school get one draft pick where they say, hey, we have to have this person as a rival? I don't know exactly how that works, right? Because for Kentucky, they play Mississippi State now. Does anybody really care about Kentucky, Mississippi State? Does anybody really care about Vandy, Ole Miss? Just being honest. And then how do you integrate Texas and Oklahoma? My kind of assumption is you'll have those Big 12 schools all get those old school rivalries back. So, Texas A&M, for instance, would get Texas, Oklahoma, maybe Missouri. I don't know, would be a guess. That's just me kind of tossing it off the top of my head. What does Texas get? They definitely get Oklahoma. They definitely get A&M. Who's their third that they want? Do they want them coming all the way cross country to try to create a little bit more of a rivalry? Like, could Florida and Texas play yearly to try to create? It's really an interesting question because, as you guys point out, television dictates a lot of this, and you've got such big markets. Now with Texas coming in, if you had a Texas-Florida yearly game, and I'm just tossing it out, those are by far the two biggest states in the SEC. The television ratings for a game like that would be pretty through the roof.
Clay Travis with us. Clay Travis with us, Outkick and Fox Sports on Twitter at Clay Travis. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. But as we've pointed out before, you don't want Texas and Oklahoma coming to this conference without playing. It's one of the great rivalries in all.
No, they 100% have to play.
Yeah, but then you don't want Texas here without them playing A&M either, do you?
No, so both. That's what I'm saying. That's why 6-3 is the play.
Yeah, it's the only thing you can do.
6-3 has to play. Yeah, and look, and then I think it gets easy. You got two games automatically slotted for Texas that I think Texas would be ecstatic about. And to my point about, maybe I'm just tossing out Texas, Florida because of the huge matchup of the states, right, based on population. Even if you didn't get it yearly, the positive on a 6-3 is you get it every other year, right? So that's maybe the saving grace for anybody out there who's like, man, I really am going to miss that yearly game, insert rivalry here. Well, you get to still in the 4-year window 2 of those games. That's not exactly awful.
Thursday, Jimbo, the impromptu press conference was incredible. Yesterday with the San Antonio Reporter was almost as good. Do you think we get a third installment of Crazy Jimbo?
No, because I think every time Jimbo goes crazy, first of all, it's great this is one of those balancing acts where it's like, if you're Greg Sankey, where you're like, man, this is really incredible. We're dominating the news cycle. And it is. I understand people out there are like, oh, it makes the league look bad. I disagree completely. I think anytime you get people talking, but you guys, I'm a perfect example of this. Any publicity that doesn't end in jail time is good publicity, in my opinion, right? Like, I really don't care what people say about me as long as I'm not, being let out in handcuffs. And honestly, as long as I don't go to prison. Because if I beat charges, like Johnny Depp has got I don't know how much attention you guys have played to the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, but it's probably the best thing that's happened to Johnny Depp's brand since he played Captain Jack Sparrow the first time. And who would have thought, like a month-long trial, defamation trial in Virginia was ever going to end up captivating the country like it has. More people are talking about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, statistically, than abortion or inflation or Ukraine, Russia. It is just complete. I talked to my guys at Outkick the other day, and I was like, man, we really blew it by not just assigning one of our writers full time to be watching the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial, because I think the audience is so massive, we would have been producing huge, huge audiences.
Do you think Nick Saban was wrong in what he said the other night?
Look, what is going to have to happen, and this is what I would just say, regardless of who you're a fan of, right now college football is the ultimate free market. When you go pro in the NFL, you get signed to a 5-year contract. You can't go anywhere else. You are committed to work for the team that drafts you for 5 years. Right now in college football, you could theoretically sign 3 different NIL deals in a 4-year period. You can do it when you're a kid choosing a college. You can do it when you go into the transfer portal, because it's a combination of the NIL plus no restriction transfers. So you can have a really good freshman or sophomore year, throw up the deuces, and go into the transfer portal. And then you can graduate and also go transfer again. So in the space of 4 years, you could play for 3 different teams, signing 3 different NILs. And it hasn't happened yet, but what would Nick Saban do if Bryce Young walked in, this month to his office and said, unless I get $5 million, I'm transferring?
He'd find $5 million.
Yeah, he'd get $5 million.
Yep.
Right? But, I mean, that is the reality of where coaches are going to find themselves, right? And then the money has to come through, because you can make a commitment for $5 million and then somebody doesn't get that money and they say, okay, we got the Alabama LSU game. Unless my money comes in, I'm not taking the field, I think we could have situations like that arise, and we've already started to see it. The Miami basketball player evidently had a contract and just didn't like it and decided that he was going to put himself in the portal, right? So I think people have to decide, what do we want college football and college basketball to look like going forward? My idea would be, honestly, that every major conference needs to set their own rule, and it needs to be salary cap style, right? Like, you need for all these guys to enter into a union, and then you need to negotiate with them. And my big thing is, you got 85 scholarship players, let's say, on every team, right? There's a lot of talk about guys getting paid, but really a quarterback could make $4 million in a year, and a center might make $15,000, right? I mean, there's a big difference. So in my ideal world, we would have a salary cap. Let's say every SEC school gets $10 million, right, to spend. It's monitored. There's no under-the-board paying going on. It's like the NFL. And then as a coach and as a school, you can allocate that $10 million as you see fit, right? That, to me, would be the best. And you give people, let's say, $2.5 million of that is able to be used to sign kids coming in as 17-year-old recruits. So if you really love a player, you can give him $2 million, but that means that everybody else in the class only gets $500,000, right? I think that would actually be really entertaining. I think, the average there would be each guy could get around $100,000 a year, which seems like a reasonable dollar figure for a college athlete. But that's kind of the way that to me it makes the most sense. I don't know legally how you get there, because, again, that would require a union, because otherwise you got an antitrust violation. It requires everybody to agree. And this is, I know you were on the stage with him, Dunaway, but this is what I'm hearing a lot of the big boosters say. Alabama doesn't have that many rich boosters.
Yep.
Like, relative to other schools. And let me give you an example. Tennessee's got like 6 billionaire big-time athletic supporters. Texas and Texas A&M have an absolute ton. The USCs of the world have a ton. To my knowledge, I don't know any monster Alabama booster who is a billionaire, right? Even Auburn's got Tim Cook. If Tim Cook really ever decided that he wanted to get behind Auburn athletics, he could give, I don't think he has any kids, he could put $1 billion into an Auburn football NIL, and Auburn could go give every recruit, $2 million a year for the rest of our lives.
I think
right?
Drummond Company might be.
I was going to say Gary Neal Drummond's close to a billionaire, but I mean, that might be the only one. Yeah.
Well, so my point is, I think a lot of Alabama people, and this is not just what Alabama's doing. I mean, the Ole Misses of the world, the Mississippi States, everybody's looking around like, okay, who do we have that's super rich? Well, Arkansas has got the Waltons, right? I mean, there's a bunch of those Walmart dudes who have a lot of money to spend. And so the competitive advantage is shifting to a certain extent when there is regulated, effective free agency. Who's got the biggest advantage? It's the people who are the richest. And so I think Nick Saban's looking around and saying, well, the oil's $120 a barrel or whatever the heck it is. Texas and Texas A&M have a ton of supporters who can really pay whatever they need to get the top recruits. And I don't think it was about losing the number one class to Texas A&M. I think it's about looking around and realizing that his excellence as a coach and Alabama's excellence as a program is ultimately going to get beaten out by money, right? I mean, you guys know this, and I'm surprised coaches don't realize this as much of capitalist as most coaches are, because a lot of these guys have one good year and they immediately demand, their salary be tripled. So I'm surprised that they would think this. You can love a school, but if one school is offering you $1 million and another school is offering you nothing, everybody's going to go to the $1 million school. And I'll quote, I believe it was, I'm trying to remember who exactly said it. It might have been Charles Barkley. You guys may remember this. But it's one of the great quotes of all time. And I remember hearing it all the time. Remember when Reggie White was one of the first big NFL free agents when they struck down the rules there? And Reggie White was an ordained minister, and he kept saying, I'm going to go wherever God tells me to go. And I think it was Barkley said, it's amazing how many athletes God tells to go whoever offers them the most money. and so, I mean, it's a great line. I think it was Barkley. You guys can ask him about it next time he comes on, whether or not that, I think it's his quote. But yeah, I mean, God sure does whisper into a lot, of people's ear that they need to take the most money.
It's going to be fascinating television, though. It's going to be fascinating television, though, Clay, when you turn on the TV in the future and I'm going to be hosting a telethon saying, all right, let's see where the total is on donations for the Alabama NIL. We just need 100,000 more $10 donations to reach the limit for this signing class.
Here's another story about an underprivileged Alabama wide receiver who's doing the best he can.
You don't like the left guard play this last year? You pony up right now. Make these phones ring.
What's the number one thing that a rich guy wants to be able to say watching a game on Saturday?
He's got involvement.
Yeah, he had some sort of involvement in this.
He went to your point, when a wide receiver catches the ball to win the game, he wants to be able to say to everybody in his suite, the reason why we won this game is because I went and paid for that guy to come down.
He's my guy.
Or Ole Miss, he's my guy. That's what they all want, right? I mean, that is the ultimate bragging rights. If you're a billionaire, you want to be able to say the reason why we beat our hated rival is because of the money that I put on the table. That's what these guys want, and that's what they have now.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Let me clean up a quick mess. Gary Neal Drummond obviously passed. He was worth an estimated almost $1 billion when he died. So the Drummond family, as Lance said. I just wanted to clean that up, that Mr. Drummond had passed away. All right, Clay, thank you for the time. We always appreciate it. Have a great week.
Hey, y'all too. I see you.
All right, take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show being brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Rain in the area all week long. Maybe you've got a roofing problem. You can get that fixed with Greg Nelson and the team at Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned for 20-plus years now. Greg and his wife own it. The company, they run the company, and Greg's the guy that gets up on your roof. In fact, I'll give you Greg's cell number right now for a free no-cost inspection. Free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, that free no-cost inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Greg's a local guy, father, family man, involved in the community. That means when storms blow through, he's not some out-of-town group that's going to come by, scam you for money, and do half-ass work. Greg gets out there, does it right, and he does it at a fair price. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Great warranties. Insurance companies trust him, and you should too. Greg Nelson, get that roof inspected today. 205-542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
SEC baseball tournament is underway. Alabama with 3 runs in the top of the first. They lead Georgia 3-0 in a single elimination day that has Alabama playing in the first game and Auburn playing in the final day. Auburn just missed the first round bye as the 5 seed. But hats off to Auburn star Sonny DeShera. He is the co-SEC Player of the Year. What a big honor for him, and he'll be taking the field tonight. I think he's one of the best slugging percentages in the country, one of the best home runs in the country. He's got 17 home runs, had a 48-game hitting streak this year. So DeShera is your SEC Player of the Year. In fact, a little reaction from Sonny Rockstar. Give me cut number 6. he's a guy that grew up in Hoover and played at Samford before he went to Auburn and became a star. And, this event is in Hoover, so Sonny gets finally a chance to be on the field at the Hoover Met, albeit close to midnight tonight. Here's Sonny DeShera of Auburn.
How exciting is it to be able to play in this thing?
I don't even think I can put into words, to be honest with you. All the days I'd go up there at 9:30, watch the morning games, and leave the field at 2:30 a.m., just being there all day and just seeing how, electric and how important each game is out there, and how those guys just fight for everything, and I can't wait to fight too, and it's just gonna be fun.
Yep, he's got a hat that symbolized my entire high school and college career, the Pines. That's where I spent most of my baseball career, was on the Pine. Is that a golf course, Brown?
I'm
the Pines?
assuming it is the Pines. Yeah,
it's good advertising for him. A little name, image, and likeness for the SEC Player of the Year.
Part of the, you can get it.
Part of the show being brought to you by Johnston RV Center, JohnstonRVCenter.com. 2 great locations.
Yeah, absolutely, Jimmy. You can see Johnston RV Center for yourself if you want to go I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, or the 334 exit in Decatur, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Check them out right now. That new Clipper Ultralight 182 DBU bunk model from Coachman. Payments as low as $179 a month. See Johnston RV Center for details. And you can always see them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, Brown got into it a lot with Clay about this, but I wanted to bring it up on its own so we could talk about it a little bit. The Ross Dellinger story about the permanent 3 rivals for each team. Now, Ross does an okay job with it. I think he misses on a couple of places, and Clay pointed a couple of those out. But it's an SI story you can read at nextroundlive.com in our morning rounds. But he also tweets it out, the 3 permanent rivals that he would do for every school. And I think, Texas may be the easiest of them all to do because there's great history with Texas and Oklahoma, Texas and Texas A&M, and Texas and Arkansas. Of all the teams, that may be the easiest one to do.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that's a slam dunk.
Yeah, feels like the old Southwest Conference, but I know Oklahoma's a Big 8, but still.
Alabama's is, I think he nails this. I don't know if they would do this, but Auburn, Tennessee, and LSU is the 3 you need to do, and there'll be some people who wring their hands about Mississippi State. I won't be one of them.
Those are the 3 I would do as well.
Yeah.
Now, I get real quick, though. I always point this out. Mississippi State's got to have good games, too, if you're the SEC.
They do. And Ross makes a point that he tried to, and I think they will do this, Brown, you tried to manipulate perennial powers playing a tougher schedule than perennial bottom half of the league just because of your TV product. Now, remember, you're going to be playing every other year.
That's right.
Everyone else in the league.
Yeah.
So you'll rotate through this a lot. So there's no need to clog up your permanent games all the time because Mississippi State's schedule will be good. If you've got 3 blah permanent rivals, you're still playing 6 other really good teams every
Alabama,
year.
LSU, Texas.
Exactly. So it's not like Alabama, Mississippi State would go away. It would just go away annually. But I think he misses in a lot of places. The most difficult one to do, to me, is Oklahoma. And he sprays the board with it here because it would be easy to go Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma, Arkansas, too.
Just like you've done a pod, basically.
Just like you've done a pod there, but now you're blocking out a lot of things. He goes Oklahoma, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, which has a history.
It's an old Big 8 game. Yeah.
And then Oklahoma, Florida.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Now, I don't know why. So I mean,
it's a haul for that game every year.
Yeah, and LSU Ole Miss, LSU Alabama, LSU Texas A&M, that all makes sense. But when you get down to Texas A&M at this point now, you're sort of throwing out you're throwing out an Oklahoma game that would be a nice game because it brings back some memories. And then, Texas A&M has developed a nice little rivalry with Alabama. See, that's the problem is Alabama, because of what Nick Saban has done in recent years, there's going to be a lot of people wanting Alabama on their schedule. They call that a rivalry game. Mississippi State, Alabama, Ole Miss.
Yeah, but is it really a rivalry if you've beaten them so many times in a row? I know they haven't A&M. A&M's got that one game.
That's right.
Right now.
But if you think of A&M's history in the SEC, some of their biggest moments, two of them have come against Alabama.
Yeah, I mean the Johnny Manziel game in Tuscaloosa, and then this past season.
This past season.
I mean, you could argue it's their two biggest moments.
Yeah.
I don't know what would be bigger. You beat Alabama's number one, if I'm not mistaken, coming off that win over LSU. You beat number one Alabama in Bryant-Denny Stadium for the world to see on CBS, and then you beat number one Alabama in Kyle Field. It's their two biggest moments. I don't think there's any doubt. Maybe that Cotton Bowl win over Oklahoma, but still.
Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, they're automatic. He throws Vanderbilt in there.
For Auburn?
Yeah. I mean, you'll take the dub if you're an Auburn fan, but, I mean, does that need to be a permanent rival?
Oof. I mean, Nashville's a nice town.
And he misses on Tennessee. I mean, Vandy, Alabama. He put South Carolina in there. It's easy to put Kentucky in there. And with Georgia, he's got Auburn, Florida, and Kentucky. Just flip South Carolina and Kentucky and make Tennessee have Vandy, Alabama, and Kentucky, and have Kentucky have Tennessee in theirs, and then have Georgia take South Carolina.
Lance, I imagine there's a big whiteboard or computer screen or whatever at the SEC office.
I don't want this job, by
I
the
don't
way.
either, because you're going to piss a lot of people off.
You really are.
I mean, there's no way you could do this to keep everybody happy.
No perfect way to do it.
When do you think we will decide what our schedule will look like in the future?
I don't think
will it be this weekend?
There can't be, not this weekend, but next week, yeah. I don't think there can be any traction for a one permanent opponent schedule. No. I just don't think there can be any. There's too many games you sacrifice for that.
And if you haven't read that story, if we stay at 8, Ross says there's would be a push to have one permanent and 7 rotating. That way you could play everybody every other year. 3 and 6 is most likely. But if we really want to do it, what's wrong with the 4-6 model or the 4-5 model?
The 4-6 is 10 games. Yeah. That's what's wrong with that.
I think the 3-6 is the model.
Yeah, I do too. So they'll work that out and figure out what the 3 is. But you're not going to be able to get everything you want, right?
Nope.
Not every school will not be able to get everybody they want.
Nope. I mean, you can only hope to keep. I mean, not many people have 3 big rivals. Georgia kind of does. Alabama and Auburn kind of do.
Here's my question, though. Would you consult television, or would you maybe not consult them?
That's who's paying the bill.
Would you consider television?
Yeah, I would. And I would also start with, if I'm Greg Sankey, I say, okay, give me a list of games we absolutely cannot sacrifice.
Yeah, and that's Oklahoma, Texas.
That's Oklahoma, Texas. It's the Iron Bowl. It's the Deep South's oldest rivalry. It's the Cocktail Party. It's the Egg Bowl.
It's Texas A&M.
It's Texas A&M. I mean, you got 6 or 7. Maybe they put Alabama, LSU on there because TV is like that. I don't know. But, I mean, that's where I start is, all right, let's list the games. All right, somebody write on the board, we cannot lose these games. Whatever we do, we got to protect these games. And if you notice, Georgia's in 2 of those. So, I mean, if you're going to approach it that way, you can't do a one permanent.
Yeah. Smuff brings up a great point. Just bring in 2 more teams, and let's go the old 3-7 method there. Does that get you to 18?
It gets you to 18, yeah.
Play 10 games and
I'm on for
rotate.
that.
Bring in Clemson.
Boy, that is a big conference.
It's a big conference.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be where we're headed. Ross Dellinger with that story, and boy, this SEC meeting's in Destin. You're going to have the guys, everyone buffer between Nick and Jimbo. You're going to have the discussion of an all-SEC playoff. You got a discussion about the future schedule and who will be the permanent rivals. Can they do all that in one day?
You mentioned no. You mentioned Vanderbilt. Am I right? When they first did the divisions before Missouri and Arkansas came in, one of Alabama's permanents was Vandy, right? Vandy and Tennessee from the East. And then you rotated one more on. I think Alabama had Vandy as a permanent.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, every year on the schedule.
Yeah, which I remember a lot of people, especially Auburn fans, being like, come on, are you serious?
And how many consecutive years was that with that win streak?
Oh, it was year after year after year.
There was one random year, though.
Yeah.
Then Vandy beat them that one year. Wasn't it a fake punt?
Yeah.
No, they didn't win that game.
They didn't
I
win
know
the
the
fake
game you're
punt
talking about. No, I think Alabama held on. I'll have to go back and look when Vandy beat Alabama.
I think it was under Franchione or Shula. I think it was Franchione.
No, they beat Florida. Boy, it's sad that you can remember some of Vanderbilt's wins.
Yeah. Boy, am I the only one that there is a period of Alabama football that just doesn't exist anymore?
Well, which period would that be?
It's hard to remember Franchione and Shula's years.
Well, it's gotten a little better since then. Yeah. The last time Vandy beat Alabama.
And Dubose.
And Dubose year.
1984, 30-21 in Tuscaloosa. 1984. That's the last time Vandy beat Alabama. Now, Alabama has forfeited some and vacated some.
Have they really?
Yeah,
What for?
forfeited one.
Tell me those stories.
Well,
we don't recognize vacations in football. We do in real life. Hey, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. As you get ready to maybe change housing right now and you need a new mortgage and you haven't been happy with your mortgage provider in the past, or you just want something new, go with the most secure people we know, and that's our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, when it comes to home equity, bigger, always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead. Save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Alabama hasn't lost in Nashville since 1969. That may be the longest running streak. I mean, obviously Columbia, Missouri, of any road game. That may be the longest running streak for Alabama. Now I'm sure Vandy's on that list for a lot of people.
Hal5150 writes in and says Greg Sankey should ask the ADs to list one must-have game and then rank 2 or 3 like-to-have games, almost like Sorority Rush, Squill Day. Yeah, the sorority you want to go, and then your other 2, and then put the schedule together that way. They may end up doing it, something like that. Hey, rain in the area. Forster, give me the video. This is a TikTok of a super dad. I don't know if you guys ever had to, if you have more than one kid, you ever had to walk your kid down to the, we don't have that video? Okay.
We don't have that video.
I thought we had that video. There's a guy on TikTok who just was walking his kid to the bus stop yesterday in the rain, and he pulls off the deck umbrella. And
the one over your chairs?
Yeah. And he just carries that with his 3 kids underneath the umbrella, walking them down to the bus stop. The other dads have
a big umbrella.
One dad's got one umbrella walking his kid down. Here comes this dude walking down there with 3 kids under one big umbrella. Sort of like a super dad win there. I thought it was a pretty good moment.
My daughter was playing soccer actually at your church, Asbury Methodist. And one of the, I think it was a grandparent, brought their beach chairs and the beach umbrella.
Yeah.
And I think he had designs on just, cramming it down in the field. That field was a little harder than he had imagined.
Yes.
So he ends up standing behind his wife, holding the umbrella the entire game while she sat in the beach chairs.
Our church is built on the rock, Brent.
Apparently
you can't just jam it.
Quite rocky, yes.
Yeah, it is. All right, speaking of rocky, we'll do his viewing menu coming up. Part of our show being brought to you by Cowan Equipment. We got a poll question out there already. Before he tells us about Cowan, tell us about what the poll question is.
Yeah, so we ask which, I got to see how we worded it. The most annoying continuous sound, a baby crying or a dog barking?
It's got to be baby crying.
Child crying at 61%, Rockstar.
Dog barking for
I
me.
agree highly.
Dog barking at 39%.
See, to me, the child is crying for a reason.
Well, the dog's barking for a reason.
No, the dogs just bark to hear themselves.
No.
The baby cries because they're hungry. They need a diaper change. Well, they do, but they're talking to other dogs, and they just bark to see if somebody barks back. They bark at things. They do. I mean, they'll do that. The baby crying is such a natural thing to me.
Mike!
It's not annoying at all.
Mike!
Yeah.
Mike! What? What's going on, man?
It doesn't bother you because you are so far removed from it.
The babies?
Yes.
I was around Rockstar's baby yesterday. Didn't bother me one time.
Yep.
Perfect. You were on the far side of it.
When the little man started crying, he got handed straight to mom.
That's just good parenting. Part of our show brought to you by Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the next round on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery 5th hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Join us at Protective Stadium this weekend as the USFL salutes the armed forces. Let's go! Sunday, all military and veterans get a free USFL hat for Military Appreciation Day. Bring the family and wear red, white, and blue to cheer on your Birmingham Stallions. Let's go, Stallions! As they take on the Ballers at 1 p.m.
Everybody's playing here.
Tickets are just $10 and kids are free. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Forster has that video now. Look at this. This is Jeff Ireland, and it's raining at his stop, and that's just innovative, I think.
That's really smart, yeah.
Yeah,
big umbrella.
3 little kids to the bus stop there. It takes a big boy to hold that. One good gust of wind, and
is that a Lagenkugel?
I think it is. Yeah.
It's a craft beer.
Look at that other little kid with a small umbrella, like going,
Dad, look at them.
Look how big their umbrella is.
He's got 3 girls.
Yep.
God bless him.
Boy, it's going to be expensive one day. Well, it's expensive right now.
Yeah, Jeff, it could be 2 boys with long hair and one little girl there. But
it could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and with all pink backpacks.
Well, you never know.
Super Dad right there. I like that a lot. All right. Part of our show brought to you by New Life Art. They bring you Rockstar's viewing menu. Real quickly, if you want to watch the SEC baseball tournaments on the SEC Network, Alabama's up 4-0. 2 runners in scoring position at the top of the second. They're off to a good start against Georgia.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, danielmooreart.com to check out the incredible work, or call 800-735-2787. And don't forget, submit your T-shirt design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com. It's as simple as shooting us that design. It's all brought to you by New Life Art.
Real quick, Dunaway, don't think about it. Real quick answer. Best Leonardo DiCaprio movie, go.
That would be Titanic.
Knew it.
I was going to think Romeo and Juliet.
No, I really didn't see Romeo and Juliet. I usually go to the classics when I'm talking Shakespeare, but Titanic.
I think it's The Departed.
You know, I love Inception.
And nobody's mentioned The Revenant, which he won the Oscar for.
You know, I just didn't love The Revenant. I thought it was good.
I did go back and watch it a second time, which was kind of tough. I was so excited about The Revenant. I thought it was good. I thought the performance was great. The backstory, the way it was shot. But, overall,
very
it's just not one of those.
Very uncomfortable bear scene.
Yeah.
But she gets him twice. She comes back.
Departed was so good.
No, The Departed is fantastic. I just like Inception.
Well, 7 p.m. on Cinemax, a forgotten movie, The Aviator, where he plays Howard Hughes.
I didn't love that one either.
Yeah, that was one of those that I only watched one time.
Yeah.
I thought it was good, but...
I mean, that's a movie and I'll give you another example of this with Daniel Day-Lewis. It's a movie where I think he plays an exceptionally good role, but I don't care for the movie.
Yeah.
And Daniel Day-Lewis and Lincoln, I thought Lincoln was an awful movie, but I thought he was fantastic as Lincoln. I just hated the movie.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street is good, though. Everyone's saying
Wolf of Wall Street's great.
Fantastic.
Don't watch it with the kids.
Shutter Island. You like Shutter Island?
I loved it. With Leonardo DiCaprio, I can't really think of, man, that movie he was in was awful.
Yeah, he doesn't make many bombs, does he?
I mean, I didn't see Romeo and
Did
Juliet.
you like him in...
Don't Look Up was okay. I know it was nominated for Best Picture
I thought
this year.
Catch Me If You Can's really good.
Yeah, everything
he was good
does,
in that.
he gets a lot of good roles. With the relationship with Scorsese.
Brad says The Departed for him. Scott says Departed for him on the back row there. Zach likes The Beach, which was a weird movie.
It was.
Boy, you talk about crying.
Danny Boyle, though.
Yeah.
Good director.
When you have a shark bite and you don't have medical professionals there.
You're just bugging everybody.
Yeah. Finally, you get
Just
tired
let
of hearing
him
him
go.
cry. You just drag him out in the woods.
Make him sit out there.
I'll give you one. I mentioned Daniel Day-Lewis. Another one, Gangs of New York, I thought I would really like. I just never liked that movie.
Yeah, I thought Gangs of New York was okay.
Cameron Diaz was miscast.
Yeah,
she was. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I watched it again this weekend. It is great.
It is
that
really
would
good.
probably be my number 2.
And then, what do y'all think about something starting in 2016? 2016, this began. I can't believe I'm doing that. And it ends tonight.
This Is Us.
This Is
That's
Us.
right.
The finale is
The finale
tonight.
is
Don't
tonight.
spoil it for me because I'm only...
have not seen one episode.
I have. I'm 2 episodes past the Thanksgiving meal, so I guess I'm around Christmas time.
Merry Christmas, Jim.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's weird watching shows when they're doing Thanksgiving and you're sitting here in May going,
It's
I
my
miss
wife.
Thanksgiving.
It's my wife's favorite show, so I've watched every episode with her.
Same in my house.
And it is so originally done. I'll give them credit. May or may not like the show, but the way they did it is so original.
Yeah, the ability to kill off a main character early in a series,
Yep.
and then have flashbacks throughout, and you're skipping time constantly in the future, in the past, in the present. It's just was really well done. And they did that before. Everybody does it that way now. They do a lot of
Non-linear
time jumps. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be hard to film that.
Have you ever seen it, Rocky?
I've never seen a minute of any episode.
There's
nothing.
some pretty good acting in it too. Like Sterling K. Brown,
He's won some awards for it.
Yeah, he's really good. I can't remember
the big girl.
Chrissy Metz, I think is her name. The guy that plays Kevin, I think he plays an actor on the show, and I've always thought it's hard for an actor to play an actor. I don't know if you guys agree with that,
But he does a good job doing
I
it.
think he's really good in his role. There's some good acting on
I
that
started a new one last night, Slow Horses. It's on Apple.
Are the horses aliens?
You were dying for something.
I'm
aren't you?
trying, man. I watched one episode. So Gary Oldman, I think he's a great actor. No, it's about MI5, so British intelligence. So it's got an interesting backdrop, but I don't know if it's going to be worth anything. I want to find something.
I know. You're spraying the board.
Right.
You take Slow Horses. It's a story about whoever finishes last in a horse race goes to the glue factory.
How about Barkley on a horse the other night?
Yeah, Kenny the Jet with the great line. Says, I don't know who looks more uncomfortable, Barkley in the saddle or that horse with Barkley on his back.
Yeah.
It's a U-shape.
When we rode last year, and we had an option to do a 3-hour ride or a 6-hour ride. This was through Yellowstone.
I hope you went 3.
I went 3, and about an hour into it, I was like, can we turn back at any time? And they were like, you can. But you're talking about slow horses, and we have just conversation with our 3 guides, and they were all 3 girls under the age of 22, our guides, in case wildlife comes up, bear, anything, they were our protection. But they told me the weight limit's 250 on the horses. Barkley bigger than 250.
Yeah, he is.
I
took my shoes off.
They have one of those reinforced horses riding him into the NBA on TNT inside the NBA set the other night. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching. Part of the show as well brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Get those gutters capped right now.
823-2212, that is the number needed. Call. Ask for my good friend Chris Stewart. Right now, 45% off the retail price. What is Gutter Cap? It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call today, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right. In our next segment, I'm going to, I'll tell you what, let's do it later on. We'll do it in the 12 o'clock hour. We've got some win totals for all the major colleges in Notre Dame.
Oh, yeah?
I want you guys to pick 5 out that you feel really good about. All right?
So 5 I would stake my claim on.
A win total. So I'll pass those along to you. I want you to pick out 5 that you feel really good about, over or under.
And I tell you what I'll do for you.
Oh, here we go.
If you can go 5 and no, I'll tell you what. If you can go 5 and 2 on 7 of your favorites, we'll go steak.
Okay, so 7?
You get 7, and you just got to go 5 and 2.
So Dunaway's just got to do the win totals, over or under.
Oh, that sounds too easy, LT. Yeah. You're such a giver.
I'm a giver,
Take me to dinner tonight.
Prepay that one, huh?
And we did make a state bet off air yesterday that we need to bring up. It involved softball, correctly? Is that what it was?
No,
it was baseball.
It was baseball. It was baseball.
Dunaway's got this one nailed down.
I have got the Tennessee Volunteers to win the College World Series in Omaha.
And I've got everybody else.
Yeah. It's a 3-1. Lance gets 3 if Tennessee wins it all.
Yeah, so I've got everyone else for a stake. If Tennessee wins it all, he's got 3 stakes.
Tennessee's never won a national championship in baseball.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they've been to College World Series, but I don't think they've won one.
I mean, I know I'm going against the odds here, but I mean, that's a lot of baseball that can take a whack.
You've got 63 teams.
Yeah, we know really I've got 6 or 7 teams that have a chance of winning this. We'll get to Omaha and see what happens. What is the chance of the SEC going back-to-back there? I don't know. Mississippi State won it last year. They're not even in Hoover where they're playing baseball right now. Bama up on Georgia 5-0 in game number 1. Coming up, we will continue our college football conversation. And also we'll explain, we had one person request. We mentioned pool golf yesterday. That involves a basketball, by the way.
It's not what you think.
It's my creation. I need to patent this thing.
We will explain the game to you in the next segment as well. And that'll give us a chance to pass a little fun by the pool to all of you in the next hour coming up. The University of Montevallo bringing you part of our show for a long, long time. We love those folks there. They have done something since they've been with us that a lot of schools just don't do. The entire time they've been with us here on our other job and at the next round, they have never raised their tuition. 5 straight years now, no tuition raised at the University of Montevallo.
That's pretty incredible. When are you going to wear your shirt, by the way?
The University of Montevallo shirt?
No,
the biking shirt?
Yeah, the cycling team.
I will get that on at some point.
Okay.
I will wear that.
The Coslicks are asking. I'm just wondering.
I will get it on. I forgot about it. Still in my car. Still in my car. I can actually go wear it the back half of the show if you want me to. Montevallo, they bring you this show. Also a great place for your son or daughter to go to school. You're talking about a great school that offers 75 majors, no tuition increases, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Should get a new basketball coach for men's basketball named here at some point this week. Find out why it's a perfect school for your son or daughter at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, we continue the countdown to college football, now 95 days away. With a little bit more, Brown will break down another one of those great topics that we do 100 days out. It's all straight ahead on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Bromberg's invites you to an exclusive 2-day buying event. Meet an expert buyer to sell your jewelry, diamonds, watches, and collectibles. Receive immediate payment or opt to receive 120% of your offer in Bromberg store credit to use towards anything in the store now or in the future. It is Bromberg's exclusive 2-day buying event. Thursday, April 21st at the Summit. Friday, April 22nd in Mountain Brook. Appointments recommended. Do not miss this opportunity at Bromberg's. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives The Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
More of Leonardo movies. Mike jumps in with Blood Diamond on our Twitter feed at Next Round
We
Live.
had a bad accent in that one.
But it was a good movie,
Yeah,
though.
It was.
So a lot, just a ton of great movies. What a great career for him. We've spent a lot of time in the first half of the show talking about Pete Thamel's story on the SEC-only playoff and the SEC meetings coming up, and also about Ross Dellinger and permanent rivals. We'll talk more college football, actual wins and losses on the field. Brownie's got something he wants to bring up in just a second. This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew, if you're in town for the SEC Championship, he would love to take care of your tailgate for you. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com. If you're on your way to the beach this weekend, doing something special for the holidays, around the pool, office meetings, whatever, Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, the home of the best tamale you'll ever taste, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamale, and a lot of great food at Champy'sChicken.com. Here's your headlines. Baseball going on. Alabama up 5-1 over Georgia. Game 1 of 4. Single elimination day at the SEC tournament. Sonny DeShara of Auburn is the co-SEC Player of the Year with his 48-game hit streak, his 17 home runs, his slugging percentage, and all of that. LSU's Dylan Cruz, also the co-SEC Player of the Year. Tony Vitello, the head coach at Tennessee, with a school record 49 wins, is your Coach of the Year. South Carolina, Florida in the afternoon game. Early evening, Ole Miss, Vandy. Then Auburn in Kentucky tonight, scheduled to start right now at 8:25. Ashley Priest Johnson is the new Alabama gymnastics coach. She's a former national champion over there. She leaves Auburn, where she was a assistant head coach, to come back to her school to take over gymnastics. Auburn golf is off to the match play, the Elite Eight. In fact, they're on the course right now on the Golf Channel. They're battling UCLA. Auburn's the 5th seed, UCLA's the 4th seed, and basically it's like the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. They'll play each other all the way to the national championship. So Auburn women's golf battling for a national championship today and the rest of the weekend. Alabama men's basketball gets Dominic Welch, a shooter from St. Bonnie, onto Nate Oates' team there. He is really a fantastic player. And then, everyone's graduating high school this week if you're a senior in high school. UCF kicker Colton Boomer, part of Gus Malzahn's team. Everyone, not every school, but some of you had senior quotes in your yearbook.
Yeah.
Colton's a freshman. He's already enrolled at UCF, but his senior yearbook's out now. He posted this the other day. Take a look at his senior quote at the bottom. If you can't see it, it says, quote, kicking bombs and kissing your moms. Kicking bombs and kissing your moms. That's Colton.
That's pretty good.
Boomer. And what a great name for a kicker. Colton Boomer for UCF there.
Kicking bombs and kissing your moms.
He's got nice hairdo.
He does. Oh, Colton Boomer.
So game on the line. You want Colton Boomer going out there?
I'll take Matt Gay.
Great name.
He's not kissing your mom?
He's a Ram.
Yeah.
He's not kissing your mom. Oh, did you guys have a senior quote?
We did not.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Not that I remember. I think they I think in my senior yearbook, all they did was list your accomplishments. Like, if you were in Beta Club.
Browns had page and page and page.
I had to say that at all, right, Star?
Well.
Oh, I was class president.
What was yours, Dunaway? Mo money, mo problems?
No, I was way before that.
They just listed like in ours, key club, class, treasurer, whatever, and all that.
I think we printed ours. It wasn't part of the yearbook, but it was part of the senior festivities, and you had a program that had your quote in it. And I really do think mine was something like thrill of victory and agony of defeat or something like that.
Probably, yeah.
It was something like that.
You would at least quote Sticks.
Yeah.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Oh, I hated that song.
Oh, me too.
I liked it as a kid, but now it's like one of the worst songs in the history of music.
And I did not hate Sticks. I kind of like Sticks.
Tripp says Matt Gay of the Rams last year kicking bat and kissing your dad.
That's not true. He missed one big kick against your Bucks that almost cost us.
Yeah, almost it did. It almost did.
Hey, but you know one thing I've noticed about the yearbook? When Jack, our intern, Jack Poole, brought his yearbook
my
here.
gosh.
The SEC media guy continued to get smaller and smaller until they did away with it. The yearbook's getting larger and larger.
The Vestavia yearbook was, I think the Bible has got fewer pages. Yeah.
It was a big. It was a coffee table.
And I think they're like $150 now.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding. I think they're like $150.
I was kind of on the yearbook staff when I was in high school.
Do you see what Lunsford said?
What?
I'm not shocked, but
Oh no.
Well, first of all, it shows his age that he could quote Fast and the Furious in his senior quote. I'm not proud of it.
What was the quote? This is gonna be
You
great.
win by an inch or by a mile. Winning is winning.
That's pretty good. That's
he's
not
right
bad.
about that.
Was it Vin Diesel?
I thought he was going to say, this movie's so good, there should never be a sequel.
Yes, don't make 10 of them.
Yeah, I would have, just the quote on its own. I mean, great heavy writing there from Fast and Furious. Who wrote that first script? No idea?
No.
Yeah.
No idea. All right, before Brown gets us, we got developing news?
Yeah, we do.
Okay,
It's in recruiting, and I'm just going to ask you if you think it means the same thing I think it means.
Okay.
Zachary, Louisiana quarterback Eli Holstein has committed to Alabama.
That means the Arch Manning pursuit is over.
Didn't even have to ask the question. I mean, it feels that way, right? He is a Texas A&M commitment, the number 69 overall prospect, according to On3.
He's a Texas A&M commitment?
He's a previous Texas A&M commitment, which probably will juice this up again. Aaron Suttles, and this is the way Aaron words it, so you guys read between the lines here for our colleague Aaron Suttles. Alabama lands its quarterback for the 2022 class.
That's right. You don't get two. In this day and age, you don't get two elite quarterbacks.
It does feel like the Arch Manning deal is over for Alabama.
And who is this kid?
Oh, he's Eli Holstein.
He's also from the state of Louisiana, and some people say that there's not as big a gap as reputation would say between Arch Manning and Eli Holstein. LSU really wanted Holstein. They knew they were out of the Arch Manning race a while ago. Holstein, I think, last visited LSU. So a little bit of a steal for Nick Saban to go into Louisiana and get one of these quarterbacks, and they end up going with Holstein.
You think if Holstein had the last name Manning, which would be interesting because it'd be another Eli Manning.
Yeah.
But do you it's got it real confusing.
Yeah, no, but do you think he would be recruited a little bit higher? I mean, the Manning name has got to help. I haven't seen the kid play.
It does. And you just wonder when you get to Arch, and I'm not, this is typical Alabama. I'm going to now play up Holstein and downplay Arch, and I'm not doing that. But I just wonder how much pressure is on Arch Manning to be good, and Eli Holstein really doesn't have to live up to the family name, because you would have to admit that Eli had a lot to live up to, and Peyton had some to live up to, but Eli even had more to live up to at Ole Miss than Peyton did at Tennessee.
Because he followed Peyton. Yeah.
He
was playing at his dad's old school.
That's right.
I throw out some ridiculous comments every day, but here's another one. But if Arch Manning doesn't win a Super Bowl, internally, it's probably going to be a disappointment for him.
Internally, the Manning family, he's going to be the outcast of the black sheep.
I mean, you think about it.
Yeah.
People said that he's a better recruit at this point in time than Eli or Peyton were. Both of those guys won Super Bowls.
Well, I mean, how does poor Cooper get
Multiple
treated?
Super Bowls.
Cooper didn't even play.
Well, they say if Cooper would have played, if he would have stayed healthy, he could have been one of the best.
Well, I think Cooper excelled in a lot of things in college. From some of the stories I've heard, I think he was a fun guy to be around. But, I mean, Lance is kind of right. The expectation, though Archie did not win a Super Bowl, the expectation is for Arch Manning to go to college, to slay it, to go to the NFL, to slay it, and to win a Super Bowl and be a Hall of Famer.
But he could do something none of them did. He could win a Heisman.
He could. Riley writes in, says, has there ever been a more hyped high school recruit than Arch Manning? Yes, LeBron James. He ended up going straight to the league, though.
I'm trying to think of one in football. I mean,
Julio Jones was, maybe it was just because it was around here.
Well, if you go back and watch the 30 for 30, though, the recruiting of Marcus Dupree was incredible.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Colt 2592, Holstein decommits from A&M only to commit to Alabama. Love the salt in the wound for Jimbo there.
It is pretty funny. I mean, now this happened. He decommitted some time ago. It's not like it just happened.
So Holstein didn't find out he was not the one of the 11.
He didn't watch Jimbo's interview the other day and think, I ain't playing for that guy.
Yeah. Riley points out that when they do get together with the Mannings and Arch doesn't win one, they'll always say, you always were more like your grandpa. First-round draft pick, can't win a Super Bowl. Yeah. So
right now, even money, would you take Arch Manning as a first-round draft selection?
Oh, no.
Do I think he would end up being a first-round draft pick?
Yeah, he goes in the first round.
Yeah, I would probably do, because he's going to pick a good school, likely Texas. And
I'd just play the odds. I mean, his brothers, one went number one. What was Peyton?
No, Peyton was number one.
But Eli was, too.
Both were number one.
Both were number one, yeah. So both of them went number one. I mean, the odds,
the better one.
The odds that their nephew is going to go in the first round, too. I mean, those are crazy odds. Maybe it happens, but those are crazy odds.
Yeah, really is. It really is. All right, that's brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. LT, tell us about AW.
Right now, I'm in that 2020 Mercedes SUV, the 350 GLE. I absolutely love it. Drew Shields and his team, they do such a good job. If you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you an instant cash offer for your car. Whether you buy something from EAW or not, Drew and his team, they want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, uploading a few pics. Then, bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every single state. For more information, check out their website today. Go to EAWcars.com or stop in, see that incredible showroom, 2630 Pelham Parkway, and make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Clay Travis and Connor O'Gara are already on the show, podcasted at nextroundlive.com, or you can get them on our YouTube channel. Brownie, we're under the 100-day mark.
We are.
The CBS Sports, back on 100 days, gave us a couple of tiers for the national championship contenders.
They did. So let me here's how I want to start this. I just want to read these teams. Listen closely. Here's all the teams they've tiered out. And I want you to tell me if somebody is left off the list, okay? If somebody's left off the list. Let's start there. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Texas A&M, Southern Cal, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Oregon, Utah. I put UM. I wonder if that's Miami or Michigan. Wisconsin, Florida, or Texas.
Oklahoma's out. Did you say Oklahoma?
No, Oklahoma's on there.
Okay, say them again. That's a lot of teams.
All right.
This is a tier?
No.
Okay.
I said, listen closely and see as I read these if somebody is left out.
Okay.
Let's start there. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Texas A&M, Southern Cal, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Oregon, Utah, Miami, Wisconsin, Florida, Texas. Is there anybody that needs to be added to this group?
Oh, I thought there was one obvious one I was listening for to be left out.
No.
I'm with you. This is a lot of teams.
It's a lot of teams. That's what I'm asking you, though. Does anybody need to be added? I mean, is everybody covered here?
Okay, say it again. I'll make a mark.
Let's just do the tiers here. I'll just do the tiers.
Yeah, I think the tiers are going to be easier.
Well, I mean, I thought I could list the teams.
I mean, how many teams was that? It was 12?
I mean, it's a lot of teams, Jim. It's college football. There's 130 of them. I mean, I didn't list all 130. I just thought I could list a few teams. I mean, I didn't say Northwestern.
You said Notre Dame, right?
Vanderbilt, yes. I'm going to do the tiers here. Okay. All right, here's the tier one. Tell me if these teams belong on tier one. I'll read them slow for you two. Alabama.
Is tier one the one's best chance to win the national championship?
Yeah, that's the way that's going to shake out, yes. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State.
Stop.
Well, that's only 3 teams.
What's
a 4-team playoff?
Those 3 have the best chance to win the play. After that, it's a wild card. We're just filling up the brackets at that point.
So here's who Chip Patterson, CBSSports.com, puts in tier one. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Clemson, Texas A&M, Southern Cal. This Southern Cal love is
USC and A&M do not need to be in tier one.
You would at least put Clemson in there.
I'd put Clemson in there. I mean, don't away. Clemson had the 10-3 year. A lot of people believe that's the 2010 Alabama version. Clemson didn't look close to that 2010 Alabama team.
What
but
was Clemson's problem last year? What was Clemson's problem last year?
It's a lot of problems.
The quarterback wasn't as good as expected. The offensive line wasn't as good.
I thought their defense was good. Will Shipley was not Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
They don't have a dominant receiver.
They can't run.
Look bad.
Can't run like they used to. Didn't have the receivers. Quarterback didn't look as good. Now you've lost Brent Venables. You've lost Tony Elliott, and you want me to put them in the same conversation with Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia? I can't do it.
I am, just because I've seen Clemson for years. And last year, to me, seems like the outlier. Again, there is going to be a major theme coming out of this year if Clemson loses 3 or 4 games again.
You're buying the brand.
I am buying the brand.
Yeah. I mean, they are a contender, but there is 3 teams, and then there's a separation for me. I don't know how, is he mandating 4 or 5? I don't know what his rules are.
Well, he's got
but to me,
7.
There's Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, gap.
Okay,
and then you can put Clemson there in the next group.
I want to remind you that Clemson, that was pretty much a one-possession game with Georgia last year.
It was.
Once Clemson lost that second game, it seemed like the mentality was a little bit different.
And then at some point, body parts of Kirby Smart loosened up and he let his guys play. He was tight as a tick to start off in that game and so conservative. Wrong quarterback in the game. Not a lot of things went right
anyway,
for Georgia.
You and I disagree. I would add one team in Clemson.
Yeah, there's no way Texas A&M and Southern Cal are Tier 1 title contenders. I could not believe he put the Southern Cal.
I mean, I put USC.
You'd put Tier 2?
I would put them in that next tier of after Alabama, Ohio State, and Georgia. It would be that next tier. I mean,
I would not.
He has transformed that roster with skilled players, and
they had skill last year.
Well, they're better this year.
All right, so here's his Tier 2, and he's got teams I think don't belong in this tier either. Tier 2, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Oregon, Utah, Michigan. I said Miami. It was Michigan. Wisconsin, Florida, and Texas. Why Florida and Texas are in here?
Yeah, Oregon, Michigan, Florida, and Texas, all four are out.
Oh, you
for me.
throw Oregon out, too.
Yep.
I mean, Wisconsin's too high as well.
I think
Paul Chris right now is on a slope going in the wrong direction.
I think with Wisconsin, you're just playing the more favorable division. They get a one-game shot in the Big Ten championship game.
But tell me why are we not in love with Oklahoma and Brent Venables? What does Brent Venables bring to this conversation? What do we think Oklahoma's not going to have now?
Well, I think a couple of things. So, although they were 11-2 last year, that was viewed as Lincoln Riley's worst year. It's sight unseen under Venables. I mean, we've seen great coordinators become really bad head coaches.
But he's a great coordinator, and we know he's got a great offensive coordinator. He's a great defensive coordinator. We love his quarterback.
We do in Dylan Gabriel.
Who's going to be playing with the best talent he's ever played with.
There's no doubt about that. I love his offensive coordinator, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or at least I think I do.
And so I just truly believe that we're going to see an improvement in places defensively. Everything I hear from Norman in interviews with Castiglione, the AD, or people who've gone to their spring practices, all talk about how there is a commitment to detail that Lincoln Riley didn't have that Brent Venables has, that he's been around, a program like Clemson that's been at the top. I feel better about Oklahoma not slipping further away than I do about some of these schools who go through coaching changes. I really am buying into Brent Venables at Oklahoma.
And I think it's the unknown. I just think the unknown, Jim, of what he's actually going to be is why people are a little bearish on buying Oklahoma. I think he's got them right in Tier 2. I mean, I don't think they're a Tier 1 team, a Tier 1 national title contender.
Is there another tier?
No, that's it. Just two tiers. Those two? I mean, I think he's got some long shots in Tier 2. Florida's a long shot.
But who's the best team that he didn't even mention? Did he mention NC State?
He did not.
Nope. And NC State belongs on that tier before Texas and Florida.
Yep. Did he mention... BYU. Did he mention BYU?
He did not mention BYU. Nope. And I would put them before Florida or Texas.
Yeah.
He did not mention Baylor. I don't know how people are on Baylor. That's your defending Big 12 champion.
I mean, for some reason, I feel better about Oklahoma than I do Baylor. Maybe that's just habit.
No, that's name brand.
Yeah.
It is some habit, yes, but I think that's really name brand.
Interesting read there at CBSSports.com. Chip Patterson with a look at the tiers for the upcoming national championship 95 days away. When we come back, Brian Harsin with some good news about Zach Calzada as Auburn gets ready for summer workouts. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Boy, if you're outside doing something in the hunting world today, make sure you got some rain gear with you.
No doubt, and a great Father's Day gift idea, by the way. It's right around the corner. From now until Father's Day, purchase a Christensen Traverse rifle, and you're entered into a contest to win a Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle right alongside it. If you've got an outdoorsman in your household, or if you are that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would make you smile on Father's Day. Purchase a classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another. Now till Father's Day, Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. Trash coming up next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
What makes Culver's Butterburger one of America's best-loved burgers? I could go on for hours, but all you really need to know is this. Our fresh, never-frozen beef is made from the highest quality cuts for richness and flavor. We press that beef into a very hot grill after you order, and that's how we get that nice caramelized edge. Then we lightly butter and toast the bun for that extra bit of goodness.
That's what makes it a Culver's Butterburger. Let us craft one for you today. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Rockstar, if you can cue up cut number 3, Brian Harson yesterday at Bruce Pearl's golf tournament as they were benefiting Children's Harbor, one of the great works that Bruce does in the off-season, charity works, raising money for Children's Harbor, Children's Hospital, a little respite area down there on the lake. And Brian Harsin was out playing in the golf tournament. He had a news conference with the gathered media down there and had an opportunity to talk about Zach Calzada, who is coming off the injury to his non-throwing shoulder, and did some work in the spring, but no contact. So where is Calzada right now going into summer workouts for the Auburn Tigers?
He's good. Yeah, he'll be full go. Yeah, the one thing, just somebody was asking me last night. It's funny because, in a way, the game that he played against us is where he really got banged up, and then we have him on the roster, right? And so you're sitting there kind of looking at him, you're like, damn, all right? It's just kind of one of those things that, you hope he hadn't gotten injured and he could have got some more reps in the spring. But he's really been pushing himself and studying and preparing. So now it's just a matter of letting him get out there in the summer. So there's going to be no contact. There's no helmets and pads, anything like that. So he's going to get all the reps he needs in the summertime. Those guys will all split him up, but he'll get his equal share. And then come August, it's full go. He's got to be ready to play. And if he's one of the guys that we kind of narrow it down and he's one of the top guys, then we'll get him ready to play.
Yeah, interesting. Calzada left a starting role at Texas A&M, and I guess he wasn't going to be in the mix to be the starter again. So he hits the portal and goes to Auburn, and looks like he's going to be in a battle there as well.
Yeah,
because he wouldn't have won the A&M job, right? If
well,
he had stayed?
I
don't
think
think so.
Haynes King and Max Johnson are probably ahead of him. Yeah, I would think.
Haynes King was to start the season, and then he got hurt.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. One other note before trash, and the show is being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's can help you get your lawn exactly the way it needs to be, as beautiful as the Hoover Met is right now. I'm looking at the rain falling out there. They're in another rain delay with Alabama beating Georgia, and they play a lot of things on that football even, but that baseball field still looks fantastic at the Met, that grass. I'm sure Wayne's takes care of it too.
Oh, yeah, get that Barefoot Good summer lawn with Wayne's, and you can use the same exact plan we use, the one-year Enviro Lawn Agreement, and we'll help you save. We're going to give you your first month free, Wayne's will, when you use our code TNR for the next round. That's TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES is the number one. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round to save 1 month off your one-year Enviro Lawn Agreement. You're only going to pay 11 months. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR.
Do you guys feel like you're pretty good when it comes to knowing almost all of the college football traditions?
Yeah.
I've always thought I was pretty good. I did not really comprehend or know the Nebraska tradition.
It's a weird situation, man.
Of letting go. Everyone lets go of the red balloons.
Yeah.
Now, I've been to a game there, and they scored pretty early against UAB.
But that wasn't the home opener, right?
It was not the home opener.
I'm familiar with the tradition.
Maybe it was. I can't remember.
I'm familiar with the tradition. I just don't know the reasoning behind it.
But they do, since the 60s,
Yeah.
they've handed out red balloons, and on the first touchdown of the year, they let the balloons go.
Right.
And they float off into the sky. Now, there had been a lot
Well, I guess it is first touchdown of home games.
Yeah, of all home games. And there'd been a big push for the last 5 or 6 years by environmentalists talking about when the balloons go up, eventually they pop and they come back down. And they have found over time a bird or something else that has choked on a balloon and it's fallen in. Maybe kids could get them in their backyard, little kids, and things can happen. That has never resonated. Now Trev Alberts takes over as the AD, and he quotes a helium shortage of why they're changing the red balloons.
Yeah, they say the helium shortage supply chain issues stem in part from sanctions against Russia. And they say that Russia is one of the world's top helium suppliers. So he said they're just not going to be able to get it this year. So the tradition is pretty much dead now.
Wow. And they're going to try to come up with something else to replace it. And they said what helium you're able to get, they're going to use it for the Nebraska Medical School. They need the helium there, and the supply chain, blah 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 blah. So no, there goes the 99 red balloons for Nebraska.
Balloons.
Is this going to be a problem for birthday parties?
Well, I think Dunaway's hit on the thing. Like with a shortage and the Nebraska Medical Center needs it, it's going to be hard to use balloons.
Bad optics.
Yeah, bad optics.
So how long ago was the Super Bowl? Does it seem like it was a long time ago?
Yeah,
it does.
I bring this up for a reason. I'm sitting in my downstairs last night, and I have left my Rams helium balloon up as long as it'll survive.
It's still going?
It's still up.
Wow.
And it's still at like half capacity, too.
That's
you know
incredible.
what? that balloon right now more valuable than it was when you bought it because of the helium on the inside.
You guys think it makes it till kick?
No, I think it'll die.
It depends on how comfortable you are. It's going to start floating a little lower to the ground at some point.
It hadn't moved at all.
Ladybird's going to take it out. That's how that balloon ends.
Yeah,
Ladybird will take it out. So it's bad time apparently for us to start that segment when we all suck in helium
like that.
say a saying.
We do Alvin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can do bold predictions every week by sucking the helium and do. I think Alabama sacks 3 times. Keep going. I don't have a bold prediction right now. Let's do trash.
Okay. 6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now.
That is
strange.
We
got your first name. Oh, we got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
He's stinking witch.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first with a story that our man Forster's got a video for us.
Uh-oh.
So ex-NFL player Brendan Langley was charged with assault after a fight with a United Airlines worker.
Oh, my gosh.
The employee was fired. Partial bystander video of the brawl at the Newark airport shared by TMZ went viral before showing the two squaring off.
That guy hit him first.
He did.
The United guy hit him first.
The NFL guy hit him last.
Okay, I got to see this again. Oh, wow. He hit that head.
He turned his lights out, didn't he?
I mean, he almost fell on the conveyor belt.
What kind of idiot?
He's bleeding bad, too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, why would you punch that guy? He's massive.
Don't come back, man.
I mean, this world.
Do you want another one? No, don't hit him again, sir. Do you want another? Is he going to hit him again?
I didn't get to see the initial hit, though, Forster.
It was
rewind.
It was pretty brutal. I like the lady walking in trying to stop him. Jimbo Fisher would have said, I got this.
Enough.
I mean, the guy's got his fist. He hits him first.
And then.
Oh.
Now, who's the NFL player?
Oh. The head hit to the conveyor belt.
Where the hell is security, though?
Yeah,
I mean, there was a time I was walking to the airport. I couldn't walk without a mask without somebody telling me to put my mask back up.
He is wobbly. So this guy, he was arrested. Langley was arrested in charge of simple assault, which is bullshit, in my opinion. He put his hands on him first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, upon review, he put his hand. I mean, we don't know what happened before.
That's true. The video picks up. Yeah.
Now, Langley, who played the 17 and 18 seasons as a kick returner and D-back for the Denver Broncos, accused United of failing to de-escalate the situation while begging for help.
Well, that lady waved her hand.
She's waving her hand plenty, yeah. Why don't you stop?
Would someone please de-escalate this situation?
He's currently a Calgary Stampeder.
Yeah. Oh, he's playing north of the border. They're in a work stoppage right now.
Let me ask you this: what was he upset about? What were they having to de-escalate?
It's an airline. It's telling with air travel right now.
People are just upset right now at everything.
Speaking of airlines,
is there a chance that his bag was 51 pounds and the guy wouldn't let it slide by a pound?
Possible.
I came across this. So, dude on TikTok was on a recent flight to the Caribbean.
Okay.
They're getting ready to make their final approach. Captain comes on the speaker and says, "You guys definitely should have taken a boat. Do you know how short this runway is?"
Okay.
I don't like jokes about that kind of stuff.
Let's just go and land the plane.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have liked that at all. You guys?
No, I would not have.
Apparently in our chat room, they're saying that he was using a wheelchair as a cart, and the airline guy was telling him not to do that. That is
that's where they get punched.
Yeah, I mean,
unconfirmed report.
Can't believe we threw gloves for that.
Yeah.
That's a little much. The average amount of personal savings dropped 15% from $73,100 in 2021 to $62,086 in 2022, according to Northwestern Mutual's recent 2022 Planning and Progress study. And 60% of U.S. adults say the pandemic has been, quote, highly disruptive to their finances.
I think it's a good way of describing it.
Yeah. I think right now is worse than the pandemic, though.
Why?
No, I'm just talking about where the economy is.
Oh, well, yeah, but people, I think the job market's way better. There aren't as many layoffs.
Yeah.
And people are actually working.
Yeah, people are working right now.
But you knew the economy would bounce back once we came out of the pandemic.
Well, we're in the middle of trash and it's a fun show. Some people would say all this has been leading up to this through the pandemic.
Yeah.
I mean, we borrowed from Peter to pay Paul during the pandemic.
Despite the impact the pandemic had on respondents' finances, 48% said they have been able to adapt to their new circumstances. Nearly three-quarters say that they've also adopted better financial habits because of it. Among the healthy money habits that respondents picked up, spending less money on living costs, tackling debt, and increasing investments. In fact, they say 17% of respondents now revisit their financial plans, and 14% have increased their savings and retirement contributions.
Oh, that's good. Good for those 14%, planning ahead.
I think I might have brought this up to you guys in a break yesterday. Really weird story. Room 150 at Motel 41 in Evansville, Indiana, where escaped Lauderdale County inmate Casey White and former jailer Vicky White stayed while on the run amid the manhunt. It has got a long waiting list now. It's a good-looking place, right?
It looks posh. Yeah.
I like the room that those escaped convicts use.
That's what they're
Plenty
saying.
of parking.
Now, the two rented the room for 14 days. Room 150 is located on the ground floor of Motel 41.
They had that room for how many days?
14.
I didn't know they were there that long.
Amenities include queen-size bed, flat-screen cable TV.
Heck yeah.
No cable?
Now, a motel clerk who asked for her name not to be published told AL.com via phone there is a waiting list of 60 or more people who want to stay in room 150. We got a weird society.
Yeah, we really do. That is bizarre. My favorite part of it is the billboards there. Should we put some on the other side for the hotel?
Right?
Take attention away from the hotel.
Hey, so what do you think the normal rate at Motel 41 is per night?
I don't know, but is that a train track right there?
I think it is, Jim. $39.95.
So why is there a billboard with a train track?
I don't know. It's very confusing. A lot of confusing things in this story. $39.95 a night.
I'll tell you what. I bet the power goes out a lot there. Look at those lines.
Yep. They're sagging.
I mean,
sagging
that looks like a throwback to 68.
I mean, Motel 41.
Oh, you don't have the nightly rate?
Yeah, it's $63 a night. Now, the clerk said they don't know if there's going to be a different rate now for room 150.
Oh, we don't know just yet.
Supply and demand, there will be.
If there's a 60 deep waiting list, there'll be a different rate.
How great is this story? An Amish man in Ohio was the subject of a low-speed police chase on May 14th when he was asleep while operating a horse and buggy.
Well, the horse knows what he's doing.
Now, Sheriff's
you
Deputy
should be able to sit back and go.
Mike Talbert attempted to stop the buggy at around 2:43 a.m. You guys want to guess what was going on?
He was asleep with a woman.
Rumspringer.
Talbert says, quote, there's a Bud Light can sitting in there, and he's past cleaned out. We got a drunk Amish guy that's passed out in the buggy. Police initially responded to 911 calls from people who claimed the buggy was all over the road.
That buggy is all over. That horse is drunk.
After pursuing the horse and buggy in a low-speed chase, deputy eventually blocked the buggy with his car, but the buggy hit the cruiser. Person operating the horse and buggy was identified as Nathan Miller, who took a breathalyzer test registered at 0.063%, according to police. He was arrested and charged with operating a vehicle while under the influence.
Yeah, but what did the horse blow?
Don't start.
And finally, some interesting facts for you guys.
Well, I don't know.
1/3 of Taiwanese funeral processions include a stripper. Funeral strippers are often brought in to entice a larger crowd to join the procession in Taiwan and China.
I got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody.
But they got a girl up there.
I didn't
know
know
fan
though.
of Mike, but damn.
I didn't know the old fella that died.
Here's another interesting fact. Americans didn't start commonly using forks until after the Civil War. Until then, people just ate with knives or their fingers. Usually a knife was enough to stab a piece of meat and bring it to the mouth.
I mean,
Bring that to my mouth.
I've done it before, though. You guys have done
yeah,
it.
in a pinch.
You want a bite?
Hey, you know what I noticed about Taco Bell, Lance? They've gone away from the spork. You used to have to eat the Mexican pizza with the spork.
I just used my hands last night.
I
What
did
about
too.
you?
Yeah, I did too.
Now, I noticed,
you got a
though,
full-on fork now, though.
I ran into Brown. I was in there ordering Mexican pizzas.
Can we get a review from you two?
Yeah,
my God, this Mexican pizza.
I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I just hadn't had one in so long, but I was afraid they weren't going to have it because the location we went to, Lunsford, told us they were sold out on Saturday. So the first question, I went to the drive-thru. It was long. I parked. I ran in. Do you have Mexican pizza? Yeah, we do. And then waited for a little bit. Brown comes in. I get 2 of them. And the first one they cut in 4s. The second one they just cut in half. But I used my hands for the whole thing.
Absolutely.
Would you tell Walls real quick? We need a Taco Bell sponsorship.
I thought about
here.
it this morning. We really do.
I mean, we do. We need it.
Here's another one. Outback Steakhouse, you're going to be shocked, was founded in Tampa by 4 Americans who had never been to Australia.
This is not the way they cook them. Of course.
You know the story. That's why they play the Outback Bowl there.
Of course
They simply saw an opportunity to ride the wave of popularity of all things Australia following the 86 film Crocodile Dundee. Their concept was American food and Australian fun.
Isn't that where Hooters started as well, was Tampa? Same guys?
No, like Sarasota or Lakeland.
Okay.
Somewhere in Florida, though.
Thought it was the same guys.
Here's another interesting fact.
My God.
The guy who recorded You've Got Mail for AOL only made $200.
Are you serious?
His name is Elwood Edwards. He gets 0 residuals or royalties, and he now drives an Uber.
The one that
You've got Mel.
You've got Mel.
Welcome. Goodbye.
Welcome. Goodbye.
This will never catch on. I'll just get all the money I can right now.
And
you're going to pay me $200 to just say You've got Mel?
You're the sucker.
Finally, in 1974, there were at least 5 serial killers active, including the BTK killer, John Wayne Casey, and Ted Bundy.
Huh.
But I read somewhere there's like an average of like 60 serial killers in the world at all times.
These are like famous serial killers.
I mean, I don't. Do y'all get a serial killer update, an
It
alert on
seems
your
though
phone?
y'all know where to go to
Where
find
do you
out
find
about
this information?
Yeah.
I came across something.
You look for the serial number. Oh, God.
Oh, that is trash brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right, the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today.
More from you guys at Next Round Live and over in the chat room when it comes to the commitment for Alabama quarterback Eli Holstein today, one-time A&M commitment, who reopened his recruitment and is now heading to Tuscaloosa. How you guys are reacting to that next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Tendinitis can drive a golfer to flub their shots or turn a 5K run into a stroll. And that backhand is now a bunt. Don't get comfortable with discomfort. Schedule an appointment with Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics for help in making your greatest comeback. Today is the day to get back in the game. Call 855-219-6200 to make an appointment or find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham. So why is it important for you guys to produce a better and more unique experience for the buyer here at EAW?
Well, it's important because word of mouth goes a long way. Everyone is quick to put up a Google review, and it's all about taking care of the customer to get that 5-star rating in return.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. What would you order right now if you rolled into Champy's?
I would get those tamales as an appetizer. Then I would probably get either chicken on a stick or just their normal fingers.
But chicken on a stick is good. Got the peppers rolled into the batter and fried there. Would you go tamales?
All tamales, yeah.
All tamales for you? Chicken sandwich, underrated there, too. And that po' boy is delicious. You can get it all right there at champyschicken.com. Mike Huguenin writes for On3 Sports. He says, why wait to play the season? He's got the awards, the big awards. He's going to give them out already. He thinks Bryce Young becomes the first person ever to go back-to-back since Archie Griffin and win the Heisman Trophy. He thinks Bryce Young and Alabama will be so good this year that Bryce Young finally gets over the hump of that other quarterbacks have not been able to do since running back Archie Griffin did it in the 70s and goes back-to-back. Your thoughts?
I don't think it happens. I think not only do you have to be the best player in football, you have to be significantly better than you were last season, and I think that's going to be hard for him to do. He was really, really good last year. I think they take a step back at receiver, and they take a step forward at running back, which he'll throw to some, obviously, but I think they'll be a little more committed to the run than they were able to be last year.
Yeah, I would agree with Brown. I mean, look, they played for a national championship last year, so, you know, they're going to be in the mix again this year. The stats are going to have to be better, so that means he's going to have to go over 5,000 passing yards. Mm-hmm. You guys think he does that?
I do not.
He's going to have to go 47-7 was touchdown to interception ratio.
No, he could do that again. I mean, that would be a phenomenal season, obviously. But
Top defender of the Bednarik Award didn't go to Will Anderson last year. Jordan Davis won it from Georgia. Great season for the Bulldogs, national champions. He thinks Will Anderson wins that this year. Top receiver, you love this guy from Ohio State, Jackson Smith
and Jigba.
Yeah,
he is so good.
Went to Jordan Addison last year. The Butkus for the linebacker.
Did you see that Jordan Addison story? His family showed up at this is a report now. His family showed up at Pitt to get all his stuff from the athletic apartment and head to toe in USC gear.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that is tacky, man.
Wow.
That was worse than the dude that painted Mike Gundy's house with an Oklahoma shirt on.
Doak Walker, best running back. They think it'll be Bijan Robinson, or Mike Hugan does it on 3 Sports. There. Best tight end, Brock Bowers. It's hard to imagine he didn't win it last year.
You know, he was only, going into the postseason, though, only averaging 3 catches a game.
Yeah, I think
Brock Bowers was.
Kid McBride from Colorado State won it last year.
So those awards, you'll start seeing the watch list pop out soon. And, of course, the magazines usually on the stands this week. This is the week that usually we get the Lindy's, the Athlon, and all that. But I haven't been by the grocery store to look yet. Let us know. Is there an Athlon, a Lindy's, any of those magazines out yet?
I have no idea. Phil Steele normally comes out pretty soon, too. He's the first part of June normally.
I'm just now seeing him thank the coaches as he thanked James Franklin yesterday for allowing him to spend some time with him on the phone.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit delayed because of the portal as well. You know, I think you could tell me a lot more about Alabama's season and how it goes, more than Will Anderson on that list, more than Bryce Young on that list, if you told me that Jahmyr Gibbs was in the running for the Doak Walker as the best running back in the country. If I knew that, I would think, because that tells me a lot about Alabama's offensive line, and it tells me a lot about Alabama's passing game, giving them an ability to run well. If you told me instead of Bijan Robinson, or if it was Bijan Robinson, he just edged out Jahmyr Gibbs, I would say that I feel really good about Alabama's chances.
Samuel in the chat room says Jackson Smith and Jigba and Will Anderson are the best NFL prospects this year. Could be the 2 of the top picks in the draft.
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
Yeah. Also over there, Watt says not only is it Bryce Young going against history, they're not going to let Alabama win 3 straight Heisman trophies.
I mean, there's a lot going against him.
Yeah, look, I don't think you get good value with C.J. Stroud. But again, a Big Ten player has not won a Heisman since Troy Smith in 2006. And I think voters will take that into account for whatever reason. Because I think Stroud's going to have a tremendous year.
Keep in mind, frequently the preseason, it seems obvious that it would be Stroud or Bryce Young, but the preseason favorite frequently does not win this thing.
That is C.J. Stroud at the moment. Over in the chat room, when it comes to doing rivalries for the schedule, Brad says people don't realize how bad Oklahoma and A&M don't like each other.
Oh,
Brad,
give me some of that.
Brad coming to us from Dallas listening in today. I have both in the family, and both say they hate the other more than Texas. They need to play Arkansas, Texas, A&M, and OU. Those 4 need to rotate around. That would be a nice little pod if we end up doing that pod system there. Greg believes Nick is willing to give up recruiting Arch Manning just to put Jimbo on tilt by getting Eli Holstein. More on that in the final hour of the show as we roll on, brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson. In that look ahead, LT's got 4 downs coming up in the final hour of the show today, so stay with us for that, LT.
Look, if you wear eyeglasses or contacts, you owe it to yourself to find out if LASIK is right for you. It's this simple. Call 969-8100 Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Again, nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I still have the 2015 vision, better than 2020. For more information, go online, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. If you've been thinking about it, stop procrastinating. Make the call today, 969-8100, and tell them the next round sent you.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here for the next round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll start this hour off getting you ready with the headlines. Final hour of the show today. Earlier, Clay Travis and Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South with us. That's podcasted. at nextroundlive.com. You can always also check it out on the YouTube channel. We appreciate you joining us on all our video and audio streams. 95 days away from the college football season. We'll be in Atlanta for SEC Media Days, July 18th through the 21st. Thanks to all the folks who came out yesterday and saw us at Beef O'Brady's out at the Hoover Met, exit 150. Getting ready for the SEC tournament, which continues to be in a rain delay there today with Alabama leading Georgia in Game 1. And as long as that Game 1 goes, that pushes back the final game with Auburn in action closer to midnight, something we've seen happen year in and year out over and over. Those delays on day 1, single elimination for today's games, and the tournament continues throughout the weekend. Headlines brought to you by our friends at the Legion FC. They are on an extended road trip as well. They're not back home again until June 8th. You can get your tickets for that Wednesday night game with rival Memphis right now at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com to catch the Legion FC in their next home game down at Protective Stadium. In the headlines, it includes Brown telling us about Eli Holstein making a commitment today, not to LSU, but to Alabama.
Yeah, he is from Louisiana and is, I think, the number 2 quarterback out of Louisiana. I don't know if you guys would look up who's number 1 out of Louisiana, but he's number 2.
Arch somebody.
So Manning guy?
Yeah.
So this is obviously a lot of people are playing this, and I think it's a reasonable assumption that by this commitment, it shows at least Holstein doesn't think Arch Manning's coming in all likelihood. It probably means Alabama has moved on from the Arch Manning sweepstakes, and it looks like now it would be down to Georgia and Texas.
Yeah, it seems like Texas is a good pick for him with Sark there, but we'll see where Arch Manning ends up going. In other football news, did you see where the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals, gets tabbed with the Hard Knocks label this year?
I did see that. So preseason, Rockstars Detroit Lions. In season will be the Arizona Cardinals.
I had a buddy of mine.
I didn't watch one episode of the in-season Colts.
I didn't either, but I was about to say this, Rockstar. I had a friend of mine. He's a really big Titans.
It was the Colts last year.
Yeah, he's a really big Titans fan and hates the Colts in division, but he said it actually made him much more likable. He said, I much more enjoyed the in-season than I ever enjoyed any of the preseason
That's what Reed
ones.
watched it and said the same thing.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Rockstar, give me cut forward. Did everybody get a chance to see Justin Thomas, the PGA champion winner, having an opportunity to jump into the Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher discussion? This is Justin with Sirius XM radio after winning his second major, the PGA Championship. I believe he's talking to our friend Taylor Zarzar here in a post round after winning the Cup. He has this to say, a little jab, if you will, at Jimbo Fisher after what went on with his friend Nick Saban.
Can't get out here without asking an Alabama-related question. Nick Saban has a 24-hour rule.
Mm-hmm.
How long is the Justin Thomas Celebrate the PGA Championship rule?
Yeah, I got a 24-hour rule. Yeah, maybe I'm not sure what Jimbo Fisher's rule is, but I guess he's got to win something first before he figures out his rule. So I don't know. I'm playing next week, so we'll enjoy it. But at the same time, we're in the middle of a very, very big stretch of this season. So it's great to be able to spend this time, with my team. But it's back to work.
Very forced.
Worked hard to get Jimbo Fisher into the comment
my
there.
gosh. Well, Jimbo, and I'm not a Jimbo backer, has won a national championship, and he did beat Nick Saban this year.
Wow.
He did.
We got Lance defending Jimbo.
Well, I mean, that was just so forced from Justin Thomas.
Cat sleeping with dogs here today.
I think I heard a trumpet sound in the eastern sky.
All right, so those are your headlines brought to you by the Legion FC back home June 8th. A Wednesday night, everybody wins Wednesday. BHMLegion.com, BHMLegion.com. LT's got our 4 downs today. Before we get to that, one other note from Texas A&M. Their defensive end, Anae White, who was part of an all-star game or scheduled to be there, Pennsylvania-Maryland all-star game. They have that, and he's from Pennsylvania. Ended up not playing in that all-star game. There had been some reports that he was told that his NIL money from Texas A&M would be taken away from him if he risked injury and played in that all-star game, so he pulled out of that all-star game. He went on social media and said several different times and said that I chose not to play in the game. NIL money had nothing to do with this. Those are false reports. But it's funny how these things keep bubbling up on the day after Jimbo Fisher started attacking Nick Saban, and Nick Saban started attacking Jimbo Fisher. I guess Saban attacked first. And then you had the interview yesterday in San Antonio. These type stories keep bubbling up. You wonder if there's a PR problem right now in College Station.
They keep bubbling up only on Texas A&M. I don't hear these types of stories on anyone else except Texas A&M. And
when you're on top, though, people could be out to get you, right?
On top of what?
Recruiting.
I mean, I hate to sound like Justin Thomas, but what have they done?
In recruiting.
Okay, I mean, that's one good recruiting class, one really good recruiting class. I had somebody ask me earlier today, I was on a phone call. Somebody asked me earlier today, do you think, he's like, you saw what Greg Sankey said? I said, yeah, I saw it. He goes, it sounded like Greg Sankey agreed with Nick Saban. I think you could read into that there was a lot of agreement with Greg Sankey and Nick Saban. He said, do you think Sankey got pissed at Saban? I said, I don't really know. I think Greg Sankey probably wanted it said. I don't think he wanted the back and forth between Saban and Fisher to happen.
Yeah, again, I said the only thing that I thought was wrong with what Saban said was singling out Texas A&M and Jackson State. He could have been vague about it. It would have gotten his point across. But by doing this, the thing that Sankey hates about it is the blowback from now Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah. I don't think he liked that. Because I do think Sankey kind of agrees. My point in bringing that up is it seems like a lot of people are taking aim at Texas A&M. Lane Kiffin has done it. Nick Saban has done it. It just seems like whatever Jimbo Fisher did violated some sort of code. I'm not big on the unwritten rules, you know that, but it seems like there was a code violated.
All right, 4 Downs every day brought to you by Vulcan Tires. 4 great locations and a 5th one coming soon to our friends over in Pell City.
Yes, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Take your vehicle in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who wins a playoff game first, Kyler Murray or Mac Jones? Mac Jones getting in shape.
Best shape of his life. Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He said he's taking diet seriously. He's sleeping better. It's all about the nutrition.
This is before he lost his belly, according to Nate Burleson.
This is going to be the pre and the Mac Jones photos.
I just find that hard to believe that is a starting quarterback in the SEC, not named Jared Lorenzo.
By the way, an exceptional starting quarterback in the SEC, not just a starting
Kendrick
quarterback.
Bourne, one of his receivers, said the gut is gone.
Yeah, well, what he did, he stayed at the facilities. He continued to work with the Patriots in the off season and never really had an off season. Just worked his way to it. Is in great shape. For some reason, I don't trust Mac at quarterback. I don't know why yet. But I don't think Kyler Murray ever wins one either. So I'll go Mac and just that Patriots organization.
Do you think the Patriots had the least defined quarterbacks in the history of
Tom Brady and Mac Jones?
Mac Jones, and then probably Steve Grogan.
Yeah, Steve Grogan in there.
Tony Eason.
Drew Bledsoe probably was never on the cover of Men's Health.
Yeah.
I think I would go Mac Jones. I would trust that Patriot brand more than the Cardinal brand.
I think I would too. I think the thing that scares me a little bit is the AFC is deeper. But I do trust the Patriot brand more than Arizona, and especially with Kingsbury there.
Tougher road, Patriots or Arizona?
Well, Arizona's got the world champions.
Well, they got the world champions. I mean,
both were in the postseason last year.
The Patriots
both got blown out.
The Patriots have what's viewed to be maybe the best team in the NFL in their division.
Yeah, and the Bills.
Yeah.
And the hottest one in the Dolphins.
Thank you, Jim. I was fishing for a compliment.
There you go.
Second down.
Okay, who plays again in their conference championship game first? Pitt or UCLA?
With the Pac-12 going no divisions, part of me wants to say UCLA. I don't know why that would affect my answer, but
but how far down the list are you? Utah, Oregon, USC, before you even start thinking about UCLA, right? The Arizonas seem to be going in the wrong direction. Cal and Stanford seem to be going in the wrong direction. Washington State seems to be going in the wrong direction. Washington's going in the wrong direction. So, I can get to UCLA pretty quick.
Yeah, now you got that whole
that whole conference is swirling around the old
How many do you
there.
count before you go Pitt? Now, Pitt is your defending champion.
They're your defending champion, but just this year I go Clemson, NC State for sure. I probably go Wake. I might go Miami.
And have they talked about getting rid of the divisions yet in the ACC?
No,
because the way the divisions are lined up, Pitt's in the one that continues to rotate through the entire roster. Everybody in that division's been to the championship game at least once.
Yeah. So I think I would go UCLA.
Third down.
Okay, which West team gets to a college football playoff first? The SEC combination of Auburn, Ole Miss, and Mississippi State, or the Big Ten West combo of Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota?
Auburn, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota. Wisconsin?
Yeah.
I'd take that one.
Yeah.
Just because of Wisconsin, really.
I would too. I don't buy Mississippi State getting there. Auburn feels like they got a rebuild in them.
Iowa was just there.
Well, with all 6, only 3 have had one-game opportunities to get there. Iowa lost to Michigan State.
Yep.
Wisconsin lost to Ohio State, and Auburn lost to Georgia. So 3 have been really close, but I agree with you guys. I would go with the Big Ten.
I think I'd go Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin puts them over the top for me.
Yep.
4th down.
Dunaway, you mentioned early in the show, Bob Dylan is 81 today. Randomly, better career, Bob Dylan or John Elway?
Ooh, hard to compare those two.
All right, so Elway's got 2 Super Bowls. How many MVPs?
I don't know if he's got any MVPs.
John Elway didn't win an MVP?
Maybe 1.
Man, seems like an oversight, Lance. Who'd they vote for?
I could be wrong about that.
I'm looking it up right now. John Elway, he's 2-time Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, NFL MVP in 87.
Yeah, 1.
Bob Dylan, rock star. Give me Bob Dylan.
Singing him?
No, just Bob Dylan. I just said Elway's 2-time Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl MVP, NFL
Bob
MVP.
Dylan
Give me Bob Dylan.
10 Grammys. He's been nominated 38 times.
That's 38 Grammy nominations.
Yeah. Never had a number 1 song, though, until the political song recently, right? None of his ones that he sang never were number 1,
He did
right?
the 17-minute song about the assassination of JFK.
And that made number 1?
And that was the one that...
17 minutes long.
Yeah.
A lot of verses.
I would say Bob Dylan is worth more.
Remember, he sold his catalog, didn't he?
He sold it
500 million or something like that.
Who did he sell it to? He sold it to somebody notable, I thought.
I can't remember.
Does John Elway have any ownership, though, in the Broncos?
I don't think so.
Not yet. I think he's part of the Peyton Manning group that's wanting to buy it. I'm going to go Bob Dylan here, just because I'm always amazed by people who can create music.
Yeah, I think I would go Bob Dylan as well.
Yeah, I'll
It's a
lean
tough
Bob
one.
Dylan, too.
It's a tough one, though.
All right, that's 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated, 4 locations, a 5th coming soon to Pell City. Take that car in. They can do anything bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Did you see that the Commanders spent $100 million on 200 acres of land in Woodbridge, Virginia, 23 miles outside of D.C., 80 miles outside of Richmond? And they're wanting to build a practice facility and a new domed stadium there. Here's the way the practice facility would look. And you see the stadium off in the distance. It would be built a lot like the one in Minnesota, the stadium coming up here, Dome Stadium.
That stadium, though,
there
looks,
you go.
Okay. The other side, maybe the practice field looked like it was from like the 60s.
Yeah.
But I love the way they give a tribute to the Goodyear blimp in the artistic drawings there as well. The blimp floating above the stadium.
You know, it's weird to build one that far out of town, but I mean, there are a lot of friends. For instance, Foxborough is I don't know if you guys have ever been Foxborough to Boston. That's a pretty good haul.
But only 23 miles outside of D.C., and you're 80 miles from Richmond, and Northern Virginia, as everyone knows, is such a populated, affluent area up there, and they are willing to spend money there. Now, this is all artistic drawings. Landover has come back saying they're willing to spend $400 million of taxpayers' money to help keep the Redskins in the state of Maryland.
So it worked. All they had to do was release the drawing.
Ironically, they're talking about Daniel Snyder possibly getting forced out.
That is correct, yeah.
But if I asked you, FedEx Field, when do you think it was built?
RFK...
Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way.
But I thought RFK turned into FedEx.
No. FedEx is new construction.
It's new.
RFK is still standing.
Remember when the Georgia Dome? It hosted.
It was 93 Georgia Dome.
92, 93.
I was going to say
before or after that.
No, it was after that. I was going to say FedEx Field was going to be 96.
I would say 97.
97 was the first football season, and we're already talking about that beautiful, close to 100,000 seat NFL stadium.
It's 25 years ago, Dunaway.
We're going to tear it down.
Well, and
the Redskins own it, by the way. They own that stadium.
Yeah. So Daniel Snyder owns that stadium, basically.
So they don't even need.
The Commanders own it.
Yes.
Yeah. The Commanders.
Excuse me. The Commanders own it.
Come on. I still can't do it.
But we're talking about what will that stadium be used for? It's football, built for football. They're going to rip it down.
Well, believe it or not, I was reading an article just the other day that they're talking about tearing down RFK and building a soccer stadium there on that property. It's just right outside. RFK is just right outside D.C.
Yeah, you can see the Capitol from a television shot. They always show that from one of the camera angles.
Yeah, so it's very close into the city, unlike at FedEx Field or this place would be. One of my takeaways, Santa Clara was an awful place for a college football national championship game. One of my takeaways is how far that stadium is from San Francisco.
Oh, it was an hour, wasn't it?
It is a haul from San Francisco. Now, I know a lot of people live south of San Francisco, which is where Santa Clara is. But, buddy, that is a long way from where Candlestick used to be.
Yeah, we actually drove an hour and still passed Candlestick on the way when we were heading up to San Francisco to do a little tourism stuff out there. Interesting what the Commanders are doing with possible a new stadium up there, and the NFL with meetings going on just down the road in Atlanta right now. By the way, Brown brought up HBO's special on the Deshaun Watson situation. Two of the survivors from that talking with Real Sports. I think in the episode coming up this weekend, Deshaun Watson choosing not to talk to HBO. Part of the show being brought to you by my friends at MyBookie. Not your bookie, it's MyBookie, Brownie.
MyBookie.ag. We want you to use the code NEXTROUND. You're going to want to use it too because they're going to match your initial deposit. They'll meet you halfway up until $1,000. So your first deposit, they match it up to $1,000, meeting you halfway there when you use the code NEXTROUND with MyBookie.ag. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With run lines, money lines, and props galore. MyBookie.ag. Deposit $300 right now. Play with $200 instantly. Don't forget the code, though, NEXTROUND when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. That's MyBookie.ag and the code NEXTROUND.
Braves lose last night, 6:20 tonight on Bally's with the Phillies in town again over in Atlanta. When we come back, LT gives you the rules to his pool golf so you can enjoy it this summer, and the downside of an SEC-only playoff, why you would not like it, all still ahead on TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round, and I am with Drew Shields, the owner and operator of Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham.
So if a customer comes in and has something very specific they want, can you guys always meet those needs?
Absolutely. We get customers all the time that are looking for a specific car. They ask us to locate them. We find them. Very transparent on price and our fee. We do whatever it takes to make anything happen.
Make sure you drop by, see Drew Shields and that great team at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. For more information, eawcars.net.
Golf season is in full swing, and you know what that means for me, my favorite time of year. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round, inviting you to enjoy 18 holes of great golf at Ballantrae Golf Club. Just off I-65 in Pelham, Ballantrae Golf Club is one of my favorite spots in Birmingham. 18 great holes of golf designed by one of my favorite designers, Bob Cupp, and they keep the golf course in superb shape. They treat you like family when you're out there as well. Go enjoy Ballantrae Golf Club for yourself this spring and summer. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653, Ballantrae Golf Club.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You know, I'm all for getting Lunsford a microphone at some point and Forrester in the back row, something we are supposed to be working on this summer. But it only sets up the table for Lunsford to chime in and call me stupid sometimes. So he just does it in the chat room over there. He's pointing out that FedEx Field lasted longer for the Redskins, Washington football team, and the Commanders longer than Turner Field did for the Braves.
Turner Field was 97 for the Braves.
Yeah, 96 Olympics, 97 was when the Braves took over. And that's when FedEx Field and the Redskins took over. And they've already moved out and been at Truist for a couple of years.
I got to be honest, man. I've been to Truist. I like Turner better. It makes more sense to me because it's right there in downtown Atlanta.
I like
I'm in the
Truist
minority here.
Yeah, I like Truist, and
I haven't been to Truist yet.
It's a nice stadium. It's much smaller than Turner. Turner was too big. Turner was like 50,000 seats.
It was built for the. I mean, they cut out a bunch of it
for the Olympics.
Yeah, they built it for the Olympics. They cut out a third of it.
I mean, Jace is sending us a story that was just done in Nashville about how bad Nissan Stadium, where the Titans play, is.
It is pretty bad.
I've always thought that stadium was a dump. I've been to a couple of games there. And I've never liked Nissan Stadium.
First year I went was the first year it was open. It was one of the first games. Rams played them on Halloween, and I thought it was okay then.
I didn't like the design from the get-go.
Yeah, I'm with Jim.
But recently, it was like forced. They threw it together pretty quickly.
Yeah. If they could tear that stadium down and build a dome right where that stadium is, I know you can't really do that. But if they could, that would be one of the greatest show places in all of sports. I mean, Super Bowls, Final Fours, college football national championships. They can do anything they want there.
Music festivals,
everything.
It floods every time the Cumberland floods. Does that happen a lot? Maybe they don't need to build it right there, Brownie.
So build a dam.
Smuff says Truist is very nice. Gary says I liked Turner Field better too.
I'll say this about Truist. I've only been one time. The Nationals, the first year was open when the Nationals came in, I went. I have been told, and I did this, buy a parking pass, that the value is in the parking pass.
We stayed at the hotel across the street.
Okay, well, then that helps.
So that was easy, but parking at that hotel was still difficult.
Yeah.
Thing I didn't like about Truist, it's going to sound ridiculous, but their beer selection was awful.
Really?
Yep.
Well, they had to have Blue Moon, right? It's in Atlanta.
They went like 5 deep.
Budweiser,
Coors. Literally, I think they had like 5 different beers, and that was it.
Well, you need Bud Light and Stella, and you're good to go.
I don't think they had either.
Really?
It's hard to believe.
I'm telling you.
A Major League Baseball stadium didn't have Budweiser or Bud Light?
I don't think they did.
That's impossible.
I know they didn't have Stella.
I think it's a rule in baseball that you have Bud Light. So why can't they build it right there, Brown?
Well,
They'd have to play somewhere else for a year or two. It takes really almost 2 years now to build these things.
I mean, keep in mind, when they first moved to Nashville, they played a year at the Liberty Bowl.
Right.
And then a year at Vandy Stadium while Nissan was being built. That's when they moved from Houston. That's when...
You know what that screams, right?
What?
1 year in Birmingham. That 1 year at Protective Stadium.
I don't know if you've seen this, but Vandy is about to upgrade Dudley Field.
Yeah, they'll never upgrade it enough.
All they could do is level it and start over, too.
Yeah.
You just can't do an NFL season that way. You just can't do it. Now, if they could, that would be the way to do it. But I guess what they could do is build it next door, but then it's just kind of away from, they've got the footbridge already built from Broadway that goes right over to the stadium. If you build it next door, you're kind of away from that now. I'm sure there's a way they can do it to make it a little more centralized. But you would like to build it right there on that piece of property, right where Nissan Stadium is.
Jordan writes in on Eli Holstein, and this part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. I'll give you what Jordan says on Eli after LT sets the table for us.
Somebody actually sent me an email today and said, hey, I need another bottle of Redmont vodka.
Well, all right.
Popular vodka, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Support local. Again, it's the official vodka here on the next round. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled.
Jordan says Eli Holstein actually transferred to a different high school because Walker Howard was the quarterback in front of him, and he couldn't see the field. Walker now the 5-star freshman at LSU. Eli still running from him. LOL. How fun, he says.
So, quarterbacking in Louisiana is something else, huh? So they got a 5-star at LSU, Arch Manning, and Eli Holstein. Good. That's good for the future of the SEC. I hope all those guys pan out.
Yeah. There was a time where this league sucked at quarterback, and that has changed now recently, hasn't it?
No, not anymore. I feel like Arch Manning goes to Texas. I do think he's probably considering Athens, but it just feels like he can go be a hero in Texas. And I guess he could do that at Georgia. He really could not have done that at Alabama.
Well, it's different now. Georgia's won one.
Right.
So it's a little different now. It's been forever since Texas has won one, and
we've done the Texas is back 1,000 times. If you really were the one to bring them back, imagine the hero you'd be.
And then he would be going to a place in a conference anyway that both his brothers and his uncles and his grandfather played. He goes to Texas. It's sort of a different footprint, but now they're going to be an SEC team too. So
he's going to be in the SEC.
Matter. Yeah,
he's going to be in the SEC either way. I just think it feels like he can write more of his story at Texas than at Georgia or Alabama. It just feels like he can be the bigger hero there to me.
Yeah. Brandon Marcello writing a story now. Scratch Alabama out of the Arch Manning sweepstakes. So much like Aaron Suttles, everyone is under the assumption that the Zachary High School commitment of Eli Holstein to Alabama shuts down their pursuit of a quarterback in the upcoming 2023 class. That is a big news today in college football. We'll get back to the conversation about an SEC-only playoff. It is a Pete Thamel story that has all of college football talking these days. Basketball tonight, Golden State and Dallas goes at 8 o'clock on TNT. Is there anything to salvage in this series at all for Luka and Dallas? It's impossible to come back from 3-0, right?
Luka he just turned 23. He's had back-to-back 40-point games. He's been terrific. He's got some pieces. Brunson is one of these pieces you can build. Dinwiddie, they got him in that trade, so you can build with that. You need another really good part. So if you're Dallas, this is the first time you've advanced in the postseason since you won it all in 2011. So I think if you're Mark Cuban, in free agency, you got to go out, you got to get another part. And look, they were in the Western Conference Final. So this was a successful year for Dallas.
All right. So now everyone is tuned in and they're ready for the rules of pool golf.
Okay, so this is something I came up with 5 years ago. We had just the basketball goal out at the pool, and it got a little boring just out there shooting. So I started to think about a game that we could create around it.
Do we have a video or picture or anything of this?
Pool golf. No.
No picture or anything.
No. I tell you what, I'll get some stuff this weekend. I'll bring it in.
Okay, we'll do demonstrations later on. But here, we'll go wide shot. You talk while Brown and I sort of demonstrate.
Okay, so pool.
Shirts and skins.
When you walk into the pool area, the goal is in the shallow end, okay? Over there. So the goal is in the shallow end when you walk in. And I put cones around the pool. It started for the first 4 years is a 9-hole course. The way it works is you shoot from hole number 1.
You're off camera, Jim.
You make it. By the way, it's par 2. Every hole's par 2. You make it.
What if I miss though?
If you miss, okay, if you make, obviously you get a 1. If you miss, wherever the ball goes, you have to take your shot from where the ball is. Now, here is a rule that we have created in this that is very controversial. When the ball is in the pool, now obviously if the ball is outside of the pool, you got to shoot it wherever it is. If the ball is in the pool, you can actually splash as long as you don't touch the ball, and it will push it up towards the goal.
Yeah, that's the part of the game I hated.
Where you get an easier shot.
Yeah, I think that's illegal.
Yeah, y'all shouldn't allow
You should
that.
change that rule.
I know it's your game and all, but let me
It's
dictate
just the way
how
we've
it's
played it.
Yeah,
I think it's
cheap.
I think it's okay if you
cheapen
jump
the game.
into the pool and that pushes the ball towards it. That's fine.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying. The splash.
Okay, but you can't use your hands to. Okay,
no,
okay.
but
That's fine.
No, you get the one splash. That's just part of it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that because that's summer fun.
This is my 3-step NBA rule. So anyway, it's just just like you score golf, and it's now we've taken it to an 18-hole, which again for 2 people takes 30 minutes. And we were going 6 and 7 deep last year at some points on a Saturday or Sunday, so I can't even imagine how long that game will take. But it is a ton of fun. It's my little guy's favorite game.
Who's surprisingly good at it?
I mean, Jack was awful when he started. He's gotten pretty good.
Not the answer I was looking for. I thought I was surprisingly good at it.
You didn't even know the rules a second ago.
You've only played. I know Rocky has really struggled when he's played.
I'm like, it's like bowling. I quit after 2 holes. Like I lose interest.
Here's what I don't like about it, and I've done this. I don't like the splashing the ball closer to the goal. I think that cheapens the game. And also a lot of people, and I've done this, will do the score in their head, and they'll just lob it close because part of the problem is if I shoot it from a long distance and it bounces a long way off, I got to shoot it from over there. So a lot of people will lob it and intentionally not hit the basket.
No, not a lot of people. Brown.
I've seen other people do it. They'll lob it and it doesn't hit the basket. It lands just short, and then they go lay it in for 2.
Yeah,
that's when you're like in the U.S. Open and you think even par might win.
That's when you get called out, though. I mean, you've got to go for it. You got to go for the hole every time. In my opinion,
can I suggest that it's a 1-stroke penalty if you don't make contact with the backboard of the rim? That would be a good fun way to play. Now you when you're playing with younger people,
no, that's interesting.
Yeah, that if you don't make contact with either the backboard or the rim,
because there are some
1-stroke
shots.
penalty.
I mean, there were a couple of shots this weekend where I completely missed everything. Because there's some difficult shots. There's a shot from the back. You guys know where the fireplace is.
The chimney, yeah.
And then there's a shot from behind couch on the retaining wall.
You go behind the chimney now?
No.
Okay.
No. But there's a shot behind the retaining wall on the couch. Because 18 now, you got to get really creative.
Yeah.
Smuff says I'm a pool golf purist too because I'm saying it cheapens the game. Let it right down my nose.
I'm telling you guys, though, if you've got access to a goal and a pool, just get some cones. We went and bought the cones at like Dixer Academy. You can get the 14-pack of cones for like $20. One of the small balls on the goal. Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
It is. It's not a full basketball goal. It's a water weighted goal.
Yeah,
that's
but
built
we
for the
use
pools.
one of those. It used to be a Game Master. It's like smaller than a women's ball, but it's the rubber outdoor ball.
Yep.
And that's the ball we use for it. But again, man, it's I need to patent this thing because I think it could be really big.
Yeah, I'm glad you did not make.
Will you please pitch it to Shark Tank? I'll watch, please.
If Barkley was on there, maybe he'd take it.
You got to do the demonstration.
I'm glad you didn't make anything behind the chimney as one of the holes because that's usually.
I've made one shot behind the chimney though.
That's usually where I go number 1 when you're not looking. I'll sneak back there.
No, I think a lot of people do.
Oh, okay, good deal.
Yeah,
that's the P corner.
Yeah, that's the P corner.
Yeah.
All right, that is pool golf. What do you call it golf, by the way?
Well, it's the golf rules, right?
Yeah, it's golf rules.
Okay.
Yeah. Lowest score wins.
As Lunsford says, Brown the golf purist poking holes in it, of course.
Yeah, but we have.
Sorry, I didn't mean to come off that
different
way.
holes. We just keep. Well, we've got different tee boxes. We keep the hole the same spot.
How about we set up 4 times a year. We have majors, and we get our significant others to sort of be our caddies and carry our balls around.
Yeah. They can cook for us too.
Carry our balls around.
Well, I mean, maybe we need a driving ball and a putting ball, one that when you get closer to.
Because having 2 balls made the joke funny, right?
Yes.
So this weekend, I'll just get video of just a couple of holes, just to show what it's like.
Yeah, fantastic.
And then Brown's thing that he hates about it.
The splash. Cheap is the game. I mean, if you guys want to.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like,
discredit a title.
Sometimes the ball will ricochet so bad off, it'll go towards the deep end, and then you can jump off the jump rock.
Yeah.
And if you hit it right, you can get about a 10 to 12 foot movement inside.
Shouldn't be able to do
and
that.
then an easy layup.
Yeah.
Well, that's like, fading and drawing a tee
It's
shot.
like kicking your ball out of the woods.
Was there going to be a guy that, because water's constantly moving, just like I'm not going to make that shot. I'm going to let it set until it eventually floats towards the goal.
No, I've seen it happen.
We're going to sit here for 40 minutes.
No, I've seen it happen.
Well, look, so there's some people that just don't like getting in the pool.
Right.
So
well, sometimes it's cold. I try not to get in the pool at all.
Sterling
No,
says.
wait. I got it. So a lot of people are over here are wondering, do you rent balls or do you bring your own? Since Maggie does not let me have mine out of her purse.
Sterling says Maggie already carries Dunaway's balls.
I can't play today. Maggie's out of town. I don't have my
She
balls.
took her purse with her.
Maggie, I'll take my driving ball, please.
Okay.
There you go, dear.
There you go. Check that out.
This is the way the golf game was invented to play.
And one final point on the splash rule. If we played it as is, it would last forever. And the scoring, again, it's a par 2 on every hole. And you would have to change the pars around.
Yeah. Well, sometimes people
evens
like
it out.
a challenge.
I don't really think you have to change the par because par doesn't matter. It's personal competition. Everyone's shooting for Drew's 30 now anyway. 30
that will be done by the weekend.
30 is the standard.
That will be done by the weekend.
It can't be done by the weekend.
I'll tell you what's tough is you have to have 7 hole-in-ones, and then you've got to have 12 twos. So you can't have one misstep, and you got to be perfect on 7 holes, which really tough.
That is tough. There's some long shots out there.
Yeah, that's why,
But I'll have a 29 before the weekend's over.
Before the weekend's over with.
I got nothing else to do. Except the sad fact is this rain has cooled the pool off so bad I don't want to get in it.
That's right. Of course, playing a little slow right now.
It is. They've let the rough grow up a little bit.
Of course, a little choppy.
All right. That all SEC playoff that everyone's talking about is part of the discussion when we come back after Rockstar tells you about his guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Christian Pulisic is making headlines. The American, the 23-year-old with Chelsea, ripped everything Chelsea off his social media sites. The transfer area of Premier League soccer coming up very soon, and they're wondering now if the American.
So we have an American that plays over there?
Yeah, it's Christian Pulisic is really good.
He's focused on the World Cup, man. It's all about America right now.
Sounds like he's about to be in the portal.
Yeah, so he could be changing Premier League teams, or Rockstar's right. It could be all red, white, and blue until after the World Cup's all over with. That Chelsea blue is down. Love to see him in Tottenham blue. That'd be fantastic.
Is that why you wore the shirt today?
It is.
Who's your best player right now?
Right now, I still go with Son.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Son?
Yeah.
Over who?
Is it just one name guy?
He is.
That's the way they play over there.
That's what's on the back of his jersey.
Son.
That's all I know.
I'm not a big Harry Kane guy anymore, though he played better this year.
Okay.
No, so Harry Kane plays for you guys.
Yeah. I was
him in the World Cup.
I was hoping we would trade him and get some parts. I was ready for the rebuild. I was ready for the rebuild of Brady and the Bucks and for Harry Kane to go off of Tottenham. We kept them both. And it worked out. We're in the Champions League. Back in a moment here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
You seen what these kids are doing now?
What's that?
They're mixing raspberry and lemonade flavors in their drinks.
Like, raspberry lemonade?
Nah, not like the kind we had. Better. It's all charged up. Got that bold Mountain Dew in it now. They're calling it Mountain Dew Spark.
Yup.
Seems like it's all about the flavor now. The flavor and the refreshment.
Yup.
If you'd have told me 50 years ago that we'd see kids drinking charged up raspberry lemonade flavored Mountain Dew Spark and making videos, twerking their hind ends, well, sir, I just flat out not believed you.
Yup.
It does taste mighty good, though, don't it?
Yep.
You know, this Mountain Dew Spark is giving me a great idea.
What's that?
Think I'm gonna make a video, twerking my hind end.
Well, I guess you gotta do you.
Get bold with the raspberry lemonade flavor of Mountain Dew Spark.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
SEC tournament still on delay with game 1. I mean, how do you even get it all in today at this point? I'm glad I'm not running that tournament this week, dodging the raindrops. But get out there and enjoy the action if you can. Alabama off to an early lead against Georgia. and a must-win game for them. Lock of the day every day, brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. LT's got a winner for us. Will you give it to us now or a little bit later on?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Do it now, coward.
Okay, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, our friends at Hemphill can get you back in the game. Adam, Chad, and his team at Hemphill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right, and they do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call them now, 205-229-2090. 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Whoa.
Just go ahead and say it. Golden State.
Oh, give a lock on the Senate primary.
I have the
Katie Britt minus 210.
Golden State Dallas game on the card tonight, but it's not the lock. We did have the Celtics last night.
That was a good win. Easy for you.
Our lock was the Pirates, remember?
Oh,
2-1 winner over the Rockies.
Yep.
J.T. Brubaker pitched well.
Hey, about that?
You doubted the Pirates yesterday. Tonight, the Mets, one of the hottest teams in baseball, coming off a 13-3 win over San Francisco. I like Logan Webb on the hill tonight. He's 5-1 for San Francisco. I've got the Giants against New York, cooling them down tonight.
All right, that's the lock brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Remember that name at Hemphill. All right, so back to the Pete Thamel story. We talked about it earlier in there. Tell me why you would not like an all-SEC playoff.
Well, because I want to see the SEC play other teams.
I think it's stupid. It's one of the dumbest ideas I've ever heard.
I think it's Sankey trying to flex his muscles, but I don't think the rest of conference or the rest of college football is going to buy this. Because, it just doesn't make any sense, really. I see SEC versus SEC all the time. I want to see Alabama or Georgia or whoever is representing the SEC play Ohio State. Even if they don't beat them, I don't care. I want to see that game. I want the SEC to win, but I want to see the game more than anything.
Give me one positive, one pro for it being an all-SEC.
I don't think there is one, and I said that on the drive-in today. But there's you guys would agree, though, that somewhere down the line, if you're going to expand the way the SEC has expanded, there's got to be a path for at least 2, if not 3 or 4 teams to be able to make the playoffs. I'm not saying they're going to be in there every year, but if you're expanded out to 12 teams or 8 teams, there's got to be a pretty reasonable way to get 2 SEC teams in an 8-team playoffs. If you're blocking it to the point where we're going to have 16 teams in this league that's won 12 of the last 16 national championships, and you're going to add brands like Oklahoma and Texas, and we're only going to have a 4-team, a 6-team, or an 8-team playoff where 5 of the other bids are going to be automatically to somebody else not in the SEC, then that does seem like a pretty restrictive place for the SEC to be with such power in this league.
I don't disagree with that, but if I'm the Big Ten, I'm like, I didn't create that problem. You did by going and getting Texas and Oklahoma. Why'd you get Texas and Oklahoma if you're worried about that?
And I don't perceive anybody being worried about that. But if we're getting away from them being the 6 best teams, the 4 best teams, the 8 best teams with these automatic bids, which I've always been in favor of the automatic bids, that still leaves the door open for if you've got 6 automatic bids for 2 wild cards on even an 8-team set there.
Yeah.
And that could possibly be another SEC or 2 SEC teams.
Yeah. I've never been a big automatic bid guy, but I think you're going to have them to move this thing forward. But yes, it would open the door for more of that. I think 8 makes sense here, and I think Greg Sankey thinks it makes sense. That's why he's beating this drum. Because I think he's frustrated that it can't get off the launching pad. That why are we going to stop at 4 just because you guys are scared it's going to have more SEC flavor in it? Is it?
Will we have, though, a non-Group 5?
What do you mean by that?
Will we have a Group 5?
Yeah.
A non-Power 5?
I think they...
I think if they meet certain criteria.
Yeah.
I think they'd have to meet certain criteria.
In the top 10, final top 10 ranking?
Something like that. There'll be some sort of criteria, or maybe they have to be in the top 8. If it's an 18 playoff, they got to be in the top 8. And then they're guaranteed a spot.
Yeah, it can't be like top 15.
No. It's got to be something. It's got to be something of consequence.
But again, even if we're at 8 and only 2 teams realistically are going to make it from the SEC, that does put a lot of value in the SEC season to me, which is where the drama is. The regular season is where the drama usually is for college.
Yeah, and there
college
again,
football.
if it involves on-campus games, there's going to be a benefit to hosting that game. So there is a carrot on the stick to play for.
Yeah. All right, quick break here. Our final thought when we come back, that includes Bruce Feldman's story today that you can get in the morning rounds about the coaches that he and Matt Olson put on the hot seat already. Part of the show being brought to you by Odie's. Tomorrow night, LT will be at a special event, so Brownie gets the host
yes,
tribute.
I get to go watch 400 kids graduate high school. So Ryan Brown will be pinch hitting for me along with Rockstar and Will Haver.
You got one of those kids. You got one of those kids that are graduating. Yeah,
I do.
It's not a creepy. I'm just going to watch 400 kids that graduate high school.
Odie's is a Birmingham institution, but every Wednesday night it's Odie's Team Trivia. It's a ton of fun. Show up early, eat some of that food. Rodney Davis has been cooking up for over 30 years. Burgers, wings, sandwiches, salads, great food, fantastic patio. You can enjoy the ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
I'm Donald Trump, and I love Alabama. As many of you know, there are few issues facing our nation as important as election integrity and election fraud. This is why the people of the great state of Alabama must work together to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. So get out, register to vote, and get a photo ID so you can make your voice heard and decide the future of our great country. Thank you.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Bud Light next, bringing us the show today. Brewed for what's next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. Wherever you buy beer, get that today. Bud Light next. We appreciate their sponsorship and the conversation on the show today. Bruce Feldman and Matt Olson together at The Athletic, talking about the rise and fall of some coaches this year. They have it's sort of a hot list, people that could lose their job, however you want to do it. Each one of you take one guy and throw it out that you think's on the hot list this year that could lose the job.
Could lose a job. I think Brian Harson's going to be on everybody's.
Do you agree with that?
I do think so. Again, I'm one of those that thinks it's a little trickier based on the way he dodged a bullet and survived earlier.
Yeah, Brian Harsin is on that hot list of a coach that could end up losing his gig.
Scott Frost.
Easy. Took a pay cut to stay.
Scott Frost is on there, yeah. But I expect things to turn around a little bit for Nebraska this year.
Chip Kelly.
Don't really see Kelly on the hot seat. But yeah, I mean, he's got some issues. He's here after a disappointing slow rebuild. Chip Kelly and the Bruins had a strong 2021 though, 8-4. And this is rise and fall guys, or people that can find themselves looking for a different job. It's not your traditional hot list.
Right. I think Kelly's issue is with some of the leadership there from some of the reporting.
Yeah, I think that's been a problem the whole time. But, I thought they were really competitive last year. I would go Dino Babers on this list.
Dino Babers is on the list. But again, this is just about jobs that could change.
Right.
Like Alabama's on this list.
Well, because he could retire next season.
Yeah, because they're talking about the growing belief that if Saban wins the national championship, that he could hang him up.
Is Jimbo on this list?
Jimbo is not. It's Alabama, Auburn, Kentucky, and Ole Miss from the SEC. Harsin to lose the job, the possibility of Mark Stoops and Lane Kiffin going somewhere else. But I don't know about you guys. We had so many big jobs come open last year. I'm not sure what the big job market will look like at the end of this year. If you're saying Lane Kiffin has another 10-1 year or Mark Stoops makes it to Atlanta, what job comes open?
It doesn't compare to what you had this past year with USC and Oklahoma and Miami and Oregon.
Yeah. Like, I would not leave Ole Miss for any of the jobs we just mentioned. If I'm Lane Kiffin, I wouldn't leave Ole Miss for UCLA.
No.
For Nebraska?
No.
I'm not sure I'd leave it for Auburn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's going to be, the kind of job that you would leave an SEC job for that will come open this year.
No, that's the thing. And especially Kiffin's a good example. The way Ole Miss is paying now and the success he's been able to have there.
Would he leave for Florida State?
I don't know.
That's interesting.
That gets me thinking, but
I think I would leave for Florida State.
Especially with the Kiffin name, with what he did in Tampa all those years, and Lane's had success there.
I just got to know if the lack of success by Taggart and Norvell has been a overall commitment by the program, or is that just poor coaching?
Well, if you remember, Jimbo was bitching and moaning about the commitment of the school before he left.
That's right.
Was always flirting with LSU. All right, that's the show today. Thanks for being part of the conversation. We're back at 9 a.m. Central Time on a Wednesday morning. All the replays and everything. And by the way, a special Mystery Fifth Hour coming up tomorrow. Stay with us until next time. God bless you. God bless America.